Hello guys, welcome to Proxima Gear 5. So in this video, we will see what if Luffy time travels with Boa Hancock as his wife. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The King and the Unwinding Clock. The world was ending in a symphony of explosions and screaming. Or, well, not the world, but this last grimy, fortified island was definitely having a bad day. For Monkey D. Luffy, the Pirate King, it was just another Tuesday. He stood on the cracked deck of the Thousand Sunny, the ship groaning under the strain of another cannonade, and grinned. The air tasted like gunpowder, salt, and victory. He loved it. His red captain's coat, worn and familiar, billowed behind him, the sleeves torn from where he'd gone gear forth a little too enthusiastically a few minutes ago. His straw hat, his oldest friend and most precious treasure, was safe on his head. "They're really persistent, aren't they?" he called out, his voice cutting through the chaos like a hot knife through butter. He didn't have to shout. After years of mastering hockey, his voice just carried. A voice, smooth as silk and just as strong, answered from his side. "They are gnats, my love. Annoying, but ultimately insignificant." Boa Hancock, the pirate empress and, more importantly, his wife of 5 years, stood beside him. She looked completely out of place and yet perfectly at home. Her long black hair whipped in the wind, but not a single strand seemed to dare cross her impossibly beautiful face. She wasn't even wearing her usual empress attire. Today it was practical, dark trousers and a deep purple blouse, but on her, it looked like the finest royal garb. Salome, her massive snake, was coiled protectively a few feet away, hissing at any stray cannonballs that got too close. Shishishi. Gnats with really big guns, Luffy laughed, stretching his arm out like a rubber band. He snatched a cannonball mid-flight, a piece of metal the size of a pumpkin, and with a flick of his wrist, sent it screaming back towards the fortress lining the cliffs. It struck a watchtower, which crumpled like a sandcastle. "See? Easy." Hancock's lips curved into a soft smile, a sight once so rare it could have started wars, now reserved for him alone. "Of course, it is, my king. Everything is easy for you." This was mop-up duty, really. After he'd found the One Piece and dismantled the world government's central power structure with the help of the Revolutionary Army and his grand fleet, little pockets of resistance had popped up. This one was led by a die-hard Admiral wannabe who'd unearthed some old Vegapunk tech. Nasty stuff. The kind of stuff that could supposedly erase things from reality. So far, it had only managed to erase a few of their own ships, so Luffy wasn't too worried. Zoro was on the shore, a whirlwind of green and steel, 3 swords ablur as he carved through a legion of pacifistas like they were made of bamboo. Sanji was an orange streak in the sky, his diable jam kick sending flaming comets into the enemy ranks. The rest of the crew were doing what they did best. Nami was calling down a lightning storm that made the sky look like a cracked plate, Usopp was sniping commanders from the Sunny's crow's nest with pop greens that turned into man-eating plants, and so on. It was a well-oiled machine of beautiful, glorious chaos. Luffy's eyes, honed by years of fighting and the constant passive use of observation hockey, noticed something. A flicker. A weird shimmer in the air around the central spire of the fortress. It wasn't energy, not like Kizaru's light or Enel's lightning. It was nothing. A patch of wrongness. "Hancock," he said, his tone shifting. The playful energy vanished, replaced by the sharp focus of a king. "Something's off. Up there." Hancock's gaze followed his. Her own hockey, a force that could paralyze armies, reached out. She felt it too. A void. They are activating their final weapon. The intelligence Robin gathered said it was unstable. "Unstable is my favorite kind of fun," Luffy declared, but there was no real humor in it. He started bouncing on the balls of his feet, steam beginning to wisp from his skin. I'm gonna go check it out. I am coming with you, Hancock stated. It wasn't a question. They didn't operate that way. Where he went, she followed. Okay. Hold on tight. He wrapped his rubbery arm around her waist, pulling her flush against him. She didn't flinch, just rested a hand on his chest, her touch a calming anchor in the storm. Luffy took a deep breath, focusing. His muscles swelled, his body inflating like a balloon. Gomu Gomu no, he shot off the deck of the Sunny like a human cannonball, Hancock held securely in his grip. The wind roared past them. They sailed over the battlefield, over Zoro's spinning blades and Sanji's fiery kicks. Below, their friends barely registered their departure, too caught up in the dance of battle. They trusted their captain implicitly. If he was going somewhere, it was for a good reason. They crashed through the wall of the central spire, showering the room in stone and dust. Luffy landed in a crouch, Hancock landing gracefully on her feet beside him a second later. The room was huge, circular, and dominated by a monstrous machine. It was a chaotic mess of wires, glowing tubes, and spinning gyroscopes, all centered on a shimmering, basketball-sized orb of pure blackness. It wasn't just dark, it was an absence of light, of space, of anything. It was sucking the very color out of the air around it. Standing before the machine was a man in a pristine white uniform, a manic grin plastered on his face. He was short, weaselly, and holding a big red button. Vice Admiral Viridian. A true believer in the old system. Pirate King Monkey D. Luffy. And the Empress Boa Hancock. Viridian cackled, his voice high and shrill. You've fallen right into my trap. This device, the Chronos Anomaly, was Vegapunk's greatest failure. An attempt to control time itself. It is unstable, yes, but its power is absolute. It will erase you. Not just kill you, but wipe you from the very fabric of history. Luffy tilted his head, unimpressed. You talk too much. Hancock stepped forward, one hand on her hip, radiating an aura of such absolute superiority that Viridian actually took a step back. You dare to stand in the presence of my husband, the king of the pirates? You are not worthy to breathe the same air. Your very existence is an insult. Viridian's face twisted in rage. Insolent pirate whore. You will be the first to go. Fire. The machine whined, the black orb pulsing. A beam of that same nothing shot out, not at Luffy or Hancock, but at a stack of crates in the corner of the room. The crates didn't explode or burn. They just ceased to be. One moment they were there, the next, there was just an empty space where they had been, the dust from their landing still settling in a spot that was now vacant. It was deeply, fundamentally wrong. Luffy's eyes narrowed. Okay, that was a little more serious than he thought. He didn't know if his haki could block something that didn't technically exist. That's a neat trick, Luffy said, cracking his knuckles. My turn. He vanished. 1 second he was there, the next he was in front of Viridian, his fist cocked back. The Vice Admiral's eyes widened in terror. He hadn't even seen him move. This was the speed of the Pirate King, a speed that made the world seem to stand still. But just as his fist was about to connect, the black orb on the machine pulsed violently. A wave of that same nothingness erupted outwards, not as a beam, but as a sphere. Luffy's future sight screamed. He saw it all in a split second. The wave hitting him. Hitting Hancock. The Sunny. The island. The world. He saw everything unraveling. He saw flashes of his life playing in reverse, finding the One Piece, the war with the world government, Dressrosa, Fishman Island, Marineford. Ace. Sabo, meeting his crew, meeting Shanks, a little boy in a barrel. There was no time to dodge. No time to think. He just reacted. He grabbed Hancock, pulling her behind him, and coated his entire body in the thickest, most powerful layer of armament and conqueror's haki he could muster. Black lightning crackled around him, his skin taking on a dark, metallic sheen. He was a living shield. The king protecting his queen. The wave of nothing hit him. It didn't hurt. It was worse than pain. It was a feeling of being unmade. Every cell, every atom, every memory being pulled apart. He felt his connection to the world fraying, his hockey sputtering like a dying flame. He could feel Hancock behind him, her own power lashing out, petrifying the very air, trying to fight the unfightable. He poured more hockey in, roaring, a sound of pure defiance against the inevitable. He was Monkey D. Luffy. He didn't care about logic or physics or the fabric of history. He was the man who would do the impossible. He would not be erased. His mind screamed, focusing on one single, desperate thought. I want to go back. I want to do it again. I want to save them. All of them. The world dissolved into white noise. Darkness. Silence. The smell of salt and fish. The gentle rocking of a small boat. Luffy's eyes snapped open. He was lying on his back, staring up at a painfully bright blue sky. A familiar sky. He sat up, his head pounding. He was in a tiny dinghy, the kind he used to sneak out of the village in. His clothes were wrong. He was wearing his signature red vest, but it was clean, new. His blue shorts were crisp. On his head, the straw hat felt lighter, somehow. Less burdened by the weight of a decade-long journey. He looked at his hands. They were smaller. The calluses were there, but they weren't the thick, scarred plates of a man who'd fought emperors and gods. They were the hands of a teenager. What the, he mumbled, his voice higher than he was used to. A groan from the other side of the small boat made his heart leap into his throat. Hancock. She was curled up, her beautiful face etched with confusion. She was also younger, her features just as stunning but lacking the hard-won lines of a seasoned empress who had seen the end of the world. Her clothes were different too, a simple but elegant dress that looked suspiciously like something she wore on Amazon Lily. Luffy, she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. It was a sound he hadn't heard in years. Where are we? What was that weapon? Luffy looked around. The sea was calm. In the distance, he saw it. The windmill. The single pier. The curve of the bay. Fusha village. His breath hitched. It was impossible. He hadn't seen this place, his home, in over a decade. Not since he'd set out to sea. He scrambled to the edge of the dinghy, his eyes wide. It was all there. Makino's bar, the mayor's house, the forest where he and Ace and Sabo used to run wild. No way, he breathed. Hancock was beside him now, her initial confusion replaced by a dawning, horrified understanding. She looked at him, then at her own hands, then back at the village. This is, your home island, she said, her voice flat with shock. Dawn Island. Yeah, Luffy said, his mind racing, trying to piece it together. The machine. The unmaking. His desperate wish. That idiot's weapon, it didn't erase us. It sent us back. He focused inward. He reached for his hockey. It was all there. Every bit of it. The armament that could shatter mountains, the observation that could see the future, the conqueror's will that could dominate the heavens. He could feel the latent power of his devil fruit, the familiar thrum of the sun god Nika, the wild, joyful beat of the drums of liberation waiting just beneath his skin. He was the pirate king, trapped in the body of his 17-year-old self. Hancock was doing the same, her eyes closed. When she opened them, they were filled with a terrifying clarity. My strength, it is all here. My hockey, my abilities. I am as I was. They stared at each other for a long moment, the gentle lapping of the waves against the boat the only sound. The implications crashed down on them, a wave far more powerful than the one that had sent them here. They were back. Back at the very beginning. A week before he was supposed to set sail. Before he met Kobe. Before he met Zoro. Before Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, Brook, Jinbe. Before all the pain. Before Arlong Park. Before Alabasta. Before Skypiea. Before Enies Lobby. Before Thriller Bark. Before Sabaody. Before Kuma. Before Impel Down. Before Marineford. Luffy's hands clenched into fists so tight his knuckles turned white. Marineford. Ace. The gaping hole in his chest that had never truly healed, only scarred over. He could still feel the phantom pain, the memory of his brother dying in his arms. But now. Ace, he whispered, the name a prayer and a promise. He's alive. Hancock saw the look on his face. The storm brewing in his eyes. This wasn't the carefree boy she had first met. This was her husband, the king, looking at a chessboard where he now knew every single move the opponent would make. Sabo, too, Luffy continued, his voice growing stronger, harder. He's with Dragon. He doesn't have his memory yet, but he's alive. He looked at Hancock, his eyes burning with an intensity that made her heart ache. We can save them. He wasn't asking. He was stating a fact. We can save everyone, he said, a slow, dangerous grin spreading across his face. It wasn't his usual wide, goofy grin. This one was sharp. It was the grin of a predator. No one has to die. No one has to suffer. We can fix it. We can do it all again, but better. Hancock's shock finally melted away, replaced by a fierce, unyielding loyalty. She had followed this man to the ends of the earth, had stood with him against the most powerful forces in the world. Time itself was no different. She reached out and took his hand, her slender fingers lacing with his. Then that is what we will do, she said, her voice ringing with the authority of an empress. You will forge a new destiny, my love. And I will be by your side, every step of the way. Your queen. Luffy's grin softened, the predatory edge replaced by a deep, overwhelming warmth. He squeezed her hand. I know. He looked back at Fusha village. So much to do. So much to change. Garp would be here soon, probably. He'd have to deal with that. He had to plan. He'd never been much of a planner, but the memories of his entire future, or past, now, were laid out in his mind like a map. A map of mistakes to correct and tragedies to avert. First things first. I'm hungry, he announced, his stomach rumbling loudly. Let's go see Makino. I bet she has some meat. Hancock let out a small, breathless laugh. It was so perfectly, wonderfully him. Even with the weight of 2 lifetimes on his shoulders, the man she loved was still there. Of course, my dear. Let's get you some meat. They paddled the small dinghy to the shore. When Luffy's feet hit the familiar sand of his home, it felt real. More real than anything had in a long time. He wasn't just visiting. He was home. He was starting over. They walked into the village, drawing more than a few stairs. He was a familiar sight, but the woman with him was not. Hancock, even dressed down, was a vision. Men dropped their fishing nets. Women stared, a mixture of awe and jealousy on their faces. Hancock paid them no mind, her attention solely on Luffy. They pushed open the door to Party's bar. The familiar smell of booze and cooked food washed over him. And there she was. Makino, looking exactly as he remembered her, wiping down the counter with a rag. She looked up as they entered, a warm smile on her face. Luffy. You're back early. I thought you were training in the woods, she said. Then her eyes landed on Hancock, and her smile faltered for a fraction of a second, her professionalism kicking in. Oh, and you've brought a friend. Luffy beamed, a genuine, happy-go-lucky smile this time. Makino. I'm starving. Got any meat? Always for you, Luffy, she chuckled, already moving towards the kitchen. Who's your lovely companion? Before Luffy could answer, Hancock stepped forward slightly, her posture regal. I am Boa Hancock. Luffy's future wife. Makino froze mid-step. The few patrons in the bar choked on their drinks. Luffy just laughed. Shishishi. Yep. She's my wife, he confirmed, slinging an arm around Hancock's shoulders. She practically melted into his side, a faint blush on her cheeks. Makino just blinked, utterly bewildered. Luffy had never shown an ounce of interest in romance. And this woman, she carried herself like royalty. It was the most bizarre thing she had ever seen. But this was Luffy. Bizarre was his middle name. Oh, Makino finally managed. Well, welcome to the village, Hancock-san. Please, have a seat. They sat at the bar, and Makino brought out a massive platter of roasted sea king meat. Luffy dug in with a voracity that was both familiar and shocking to Makino. He was eating like he hadn't seen food in a year. As he ate, he started talking, laying out the first part of his plan in a way only he could. Hey, Makino, is Gramps around? He asked between massive bites. Garp-san. No, he left a few weeks ago. Said he'd be back in a while to see you off, probably, she replied, still trying to wrap her head around the wife thing. Luffy nodded, swallowing a piece of meat the size of his head. Good. That gives us some time. He turned to Hancock. We gotta find a better boat. This dinghy won't cut it. Not with two of us. And we need supplies. The Kuja ship is not available in this era, and I have no desire to steal a vessel from these commoners, Hancock said, wrinkling her nose slightly at the thought. Perhaps we can persuade someone to build us one. Nah, no time for that, Luffy said. He pointed a thumb over his shoulder, towards the bay. Lord of the Coast is still out there. I'll go say hi. Get some more meat for the road. Makino's blood ran cold. Luffy, no. You know you can't beat that thing. It took Shanks's arm. Luffy stopped eating. He looked at Makino, and for a second, she saw a different person in his eyes. The goofy teenager was gone, replaced by a man who had seen the sun rise and set over 1,000 battles. The look was so ancient, so heavy, that it made her take a step back. Don't worry, Makino, he said, his voice soft but firm. I'm a lot stronger than I was back then. He stood up, wiping his mouth on the back of his hand. He gave Hancock a quick look. Stay here. I'll be right back. Be careful, my love, she said, though her voice held no doubt. Luffy walked out of the bar, the screen door swinging shut behind him. The villagers watched him go, whispering amongst themselves. He ignored them and walked down to the pier, his sandals kicking up dust. He stood at the edge, looking out at the calm water of the bay. He closed his eyes and let his haki flow outwards. Not a blast of conquerors, but a gentle, probing wave of observation. He felt everything. The fish swimming beneath the waves. The birds circling overhead. And the massive, dormant presence lurking in the deep. The Sea King. The very same one that had eaten Higuma and taken Shanks's arm all those years ago. The first real monster of his journey. Hey, he yelled, his voice booming across the water. You. Big fish. Wake up. The water began to churn. A massive head, larger than a house, broke the surface. Its green, scaly skin dripped with seawater, and its giant, yellow eyes, filled with a primal, stupid hunger, fixed on the small figure on the pier. It let out a roar that shook the entire village. Back in the bar, Makino and the patrons screamed. Hancock merely took a delicate sip of the water Makino had given her, a small, confident smile on her face. On the pier, Luffy didn't even flinch. He just grinned. There you are. The Lord of the Coast lunged, its massive jaws opening wide, ready to swallow him whole. To the boy who had left this island 10 years ago in his original life, this would have been a terrifying, life-or-death struggle. To the Pirate King, it was an inconvenience. Luffy didn't move. He didn't stretch. He didn't even raise his fist. He just looked at the monster charging at him. His eyes sharpened, and he let a tiny sliver of his will, his conqueror's haki, leak out. It wasn't a wave meant to knock out the weak. It was a focused, piercing spike of pure intimidation aimed directly at the Sea King's primitive brain. It was the command of a king to a beast. Sit. The Lord of the Coast, a creature of pure instinct, suddenly felt a terror it had never known. This tiny thing on the pier was not food. It was not a threat. It was an apex predator on a scale its mind couldn't even comprehend. It was like a minnow facing a kraken. Its instincts screamed one thing: submit or die. The Sea King's charge faltered. It tried to stop, its massive body creating a huge wave that crashed against the pier, drenching Luffy. It let out a sound that wasn't a roar, but a terrified, pathetic whimper. It slammed its own head into the seabed, bowing before him. Luffy just stood there, dripping wet, looking down at the cowering behemoth. The entire village had fallen silent, their jaws on the floor. "Good boy," Luffy said casually. He then looked back towards the forest. His haki could feel them. A couple of mountain bandits hiding in the trees, watching the whole thing. Dayton's crew. They were probably supposed to be keeping an eye on him. "You guys see that?" he yelled towards the forest. "Tell Dayton I'm heading out in a few days. And I'm taking Ace with me when the time comes." He didn't wait for a reply. He knew they'd heard him. He turned back to the bar, squelching as he walked. He pushed the door open to find everyone staring at him, utterly dumbfounded. Hancock was the only one who looked unsurprised. She simply handed him a napkin. "You are all wet, my love." "Yeah, he splashed me," Luffy grumbled, drying his face. He sat back down. "Okay. So that's settled. He won't be bothering me when I leave." Now, about that boat, the next few days were a blur of preparation, but a very different kind from his original departure. Luffy and Hancock moved with a purpose that baffled the residents of Fusha village. The first order of business was a boat. Instead of just taking his little dinghy, Luffy marched into the woods with Hancock. He found the biggest, sturdiest tree on the island, a task that took him all of 5 minutes, and then proceeded to punch it down. He then, with his bare hands, began to shape it. He didn't have Frankie's skill or Iceberg's knowledge, but he had something better: the memory of the 1,000. Sunny and a king's haki. He used his armament haki to harden his hands like steel chisels, carving and shaping the wood with impossible speed and precision. Hancock, using her own haki-infused strength, helped him move the massive pieces. They didn't build a masterpiece, but in less than a day, they had constructed a small, incredibly durable caravel. It was crude, unpainted, and lacked any of the Sunny's charm, but it was solid. Luffy had personally infused the keel with his haki, making it tougher than steel. While he worked, Hancock took care of the supplies. She didn't ask or barter. She walked into the village store, and with a single, imperious look, informed the owner of what they required. The poor man was so intimidated and mesmerized by her beauty and aura that he simply gave them everything they needed: barrels of water, preserved food, maps, everything. He even helped them load it onto the new ship, a task for which Hancock rewarded him with a nod so regal it probably made his entire year. During this time, word of Luffy's display with the Lord of the Coast had spread like wildfire. Mayor Whoop Slap had come marching down to the docks, ready to lecture Luffy about recklessness, only to stop dead in his tracks when he saw the new boat. He took one look at Luffy, then at the impossibly beautiful and dangerous-looking woman by his side, and all his angry words died in his throat. He just sputtered, told Luffy not to bring shame to the village, and scurried away. On the third day, as they were loading the last of the water barrels, a presence Luffy had been waiting for arrived. A strong, familiar Haki signature washed over the island. "Gramps is here," Luffy said to Hancock, a grin on his face. He'd been looking forward to this. Marine Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp came striding into Fusha village like he owned the place, which, in a way, he did. He was bellowing about how his useless grandson was finally going to become a Marine, only to be met with the sight of Luffy and Hancock standing on the deck of a brand new ship. "Luffy! What is the meaning of this?" Garp roared, his voice shaking the windows of the nearby houses. "And who is this woman?" Luffy hopped off the ship and landed on the pier in front of his grandfather. He was still a scrawny teenager in Garp's eyes, but Luffy stood his ground, radiating an aura of calm confidence that was completely new. "Hey, Gramps," Luffy said cheerfully. "This is Hancock. She's my wife." Garp's jaw dropped. He looked from Luffy to Hancock and back again. Hancock, for her part, gave Garp a look of undisguised disdain. This was the man who had caused her beloved so much pain, the man whose family was responsible for the celestial dragons she so despised. "Wife?" Garp bellowed, recovering. "You're 17. You're not getting a wife, you're becoming a Marine. I've decided. Your nonsense about being Pirate King is over." He drew back his fist, the one known as the Fist of Love, a fist that could level mountains. "I'm going to beat this foolishness out of you right now." In the past, Luffy would have been terrified. He would have been beaten black and blue. This time, he just sighed. As Garp's fist flew towards his head, moving at a speed that should have been impossible to track, Luffy didn't even try to dodge. He just raised his hand, palm open. The Fist of Love, a weapon that had terrorized pirates across the four seas, a force of nature that had cornered the former Pirate King Gold, Roger himself, stopped. It didn't just stop. It was caught. Luffy's small, teenage hand had effortlessly halted the blow, not a single ripple of force disturbing the air around them. The entire village, which had gathered to watch the familiar spectacle, went dead silent. Garp's eyes were wide with utter disbelief. He stared at his fist, held firmly in his grandson's grasp, as if it belonged to someone else. He tried to pull it back. It wouldn't budge. "You've gotten slow, old man," Luffy said, his voice quiet, but carrying a weight that pinned Garp in place. He tightened his grip. Garp, the hero of the Marines, actually winced. Luffy was using a gentle, controlled application of Ryuo, the advanced form of armament Haki, flowing his will directly into Garp's body. It wasn't meant to injure, just to show. What is this power?" Garp stammered, his mind reeling. This wasn't the Haki he had tried to beat into Luffy as a child. This was something else. Something refined. Perfected. The Haki of a master. "Just something I picked up," Luffy said, letting go. He flexed his fingers. "I'm setting sail today, Gramps. I'm going to be the Pirate King. You can't stop me. No one can." Garp was speechless. He looked at his grandson, truly looked at him, for the first time. The boy was the same, but the eyes were different. They held the depth of the grandest oceans, the fire of 1,000 suns. This wasn't his snot-nosed grandson anymore. This was a man. A powerful one. "Who are you?" Garp whispered, all the bluster gone from his voice. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy," he replied with a grin. "The man who will be king." He then leaned in closer, his voice dropping so only Garp could hear. "And I'm going to save Ace. And I'm going to tear down the celestial dragons. And if you or the Marines get in my way, I won't hold back next time." The threat was not delivered with malice, but with a chilling certainty. It was a statement of fact. Garp felt a shiver run down his spine. He saw the shadow of Roger in that grin, but it was mixed with something wilder, something freer. Something that belonged entirely to Luffy. Luffy turned and walked back to his ship, leaving his grandfather standing on the pier, utterly stunned. He jumped aboard, where Hancock was waiting. "Was that wise, my love?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. "To reveal so much to him?" "It's fine," Luffy said, untying the ropes. "He needs to know that things are different now. Maybe this time, he'll make the right choice when it matters." The unspoken words, at Marineford, hung in the air between them. With a final wave to a tearful Makino and a stunned village, Luffy and Hancock set sail. Their small, unnamed caravel caught the wind, pulling away from Dawn Island, away from the past and into a future they were about to shatter and rebuild from the ground up. Luffy stood at the prow, the wind in his hair, the straw hat on his head. He looked out at the vast, open sea, the sea that held all his friends, all his adventures, all his future crewmates. They were out there, living their lives, unaware that their captain was coming for them, years ahead of schedule and with the power of a king. "First stop, Shell's Town," Luffy declared, his voice filled with a happy, dangerous excitement. "Gotta go pick up a swordsman." Hancock stood beside him, her hand resting on his arm, her heart filled with an unshakable love and an exhilarating sense of purpose. The world was not ready for what was coming. The king and queen had returned to the board, and they were about to change all the rules of the game. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The East Blue's New Terrors. The sea was a different beast when you knew its every secret. For Luffy, the Grand Line, the New World, that was home. The East Blue, by comparison, was a wading pool. The water was calmer, the sky was a softer blue, and the sea kings were small fry. He stood at the prow of their new, unnamed ship, a crude but sturdy vessel born from hockey and sheer willpower. The wind felt good, ruffling his hair and tugging at the brim of his straw hat. It was the same wind, the same sea, but everything was different because he was different. "You are quiet, my love," Hancock's voice came from behind him. She moved to stand beside him, her presence a familiar comfort. The crude deck of the ship seemed to transform into a palace balcony just by her standing on it. She'd found some fabric in Fuchsia and fashioned a simple, practical outfit, but on her, it still looked like it belonged on a throne. "Are you thinking of what is to come?" "Nah, not really," Luffy said, turning to her with a grin. "Just remembering. Last time, I was in a barrel. Then I got stuck in a whirlpool. Kobe was freaking out." He chuckled at the memory. "This is way easier." "Indeed," Hancock agreed, her eyes scanning the horizon. Her observation hockey was a constant, low-level hum, a silken net cast over the ocean for miles in every direction. It was a habit they had both developed in the New World, where threats could appear in the blink of an eye. Here, it was almost laughably overpowered. She could feel every fish, every seagull, every distant merchant vessel. "The island is just ahead." "Shell's Town, you said?" "Yep. That's where Zoro is," Luffy confirmed, bouncing on the balls of his feet. "Man, I can't wait to see him. I wonder if he'll recognize me." Hancock raised a perfectly sculpted eyebrow. "Recognize you? My dear, you have not met in this timeline. To him, you are a stranger." Shishishi. Right. I keep forgetting." He wasn't forgetting, not really. It was just that the memories of his crew, his family, were so vivid, so real, that it felt like he had just seen them yesterday. In a way, he had. "Still, it's Zoro. He'll know. He's the first one." "Your first mate," Hancock said, the words holding a note of respect. She had come to know and value every member of the Straw Hat crew in the future they'd left behind. Zoro, the stoic, loyal swordsman who would die for his captain without a moment's hesitation, had earned her admiration. "He is strong, I recall. The strongest," Luffy declared proudly. "Well, besides me. And you, I guess." But he's the world's greatest swordsman. Or, he will be. Right now he's just tied to a post, starving. That got Hancock's attention. Her beautiful face hardened, a flash of the cold fury she usually reserved for the world nobles appearing in her eyes. Tied up? By whom? Who dares to disrespect such a warrior? The Marines, Luffy said, his grin tightening. A fat-headed captain named Morgan and his snot-nosed son, Helmeppo. Don't worry. They won't be a problem for long. His tone was light, but the undercurrent was cold steel. Hancock heard it. She knew that look. It was the look he got right before he broke a kingdom or toppled a god. The Marines of Shell's Town had no idea what was about to sail into their quiet little harbor. They were ants on a railroad track, and the train was coming. Their ship, which Luffy had affectionately christened the Going Merry Jr., in his head despite it looking nothing like its namesake, slid into the port of Shell's Town with no fanfare. The town itself felt tense. People hurried along the streets, their heads down, avoiding eye contact. They flinched at the sight of the massive, ugly marine base that dominated the skyline, a fortress emblazoned with the name Morgan. Luffy hopped onto the dock, his sandals making a soft slapping sound. Hancock followed, landing as silently as a cat. They immediately drew stares. A boy in a straw hat with a ridiculously confident grin, and a woman so beautiful she seemed to suck all the light and attention in the area towards her. Okay, first, let's find some food, Luffy announced. Then we'll bust Zoro out. A sound plan, Hancock agreed, though her eyes were narrowed, taking in the fear that permeated the town. This place is suffocating. This Morgan has created a cage of terror for these people. Yeah, he's a jerk, Luffy said simply. Let's fix that. They walked towards the center of town, looking for a restaurant. It was then that they saw him. A small, pink-haired boy with round glasses, trying desperately to sneak into the marine base. He was clumsy, tripping over his own feet, and radiating an aura of pure, unadulterated panic. Kobe. Luffy's grin widened. He changed course, walking right up to the boy. Hey! You trying to get in there? Kobe yelped and jumped a foot in the air, spinning around. He saw Luffy and Hancock and immediately started trembling. And then no. I mean, yes. I mean, who are you? I'm Luffy. This is Hancock, Luffy said. What's a little guy like you trying to sneak onto a marine base for? Kobe wrung his hands, his eyes darting around nervously. He was clearly terrified of being overheard. I can't say. It's dangerous. Luffy leaned in, his voice dropping conspiratorially. Is it about the pirate hunter they've got tied up in the courtyard? Kobe's jaw dropped. How did you know about Roronoa Zoro? I know lots of things, Luffy said with a wink. He then reached out and patted Kobe on the head. The gesture was so casual, so friendly, that it seemed to disarm the boy completely. Don't worry. We're going to go get him. He's going to be on my crew. Kobe's brain seemed to short-circuit. Your crew. But, you're a pirate. And he's a pirate hunter. And they'll kill you. Captain Morgan will execute anyone who tries to help him. Shishishi. I'd like to see him try, Luffy laughed. The sound was so genuinely without fear that it stunned Kobe into silence. This boy, he wasn't joking. He truly believed he could take on the tyrant of the island. Hancock, who had been watching the exchange with a detached amusement, finally spoke. Her voice was soft, but it carried an authority that made Kobe stand up straight. The boy is correct, my love. While I have no doubt of your power, perhaps we should assess the situation before simply walking in. Nah, it's fine, Luffy said, waving her off. He looked back at Kobe. So what's the deal? Why is he tied up? Kobe, still reeling, quickly explained the situation. Zoro had defended a little girl, Rika, from Helmeppo's spoiled rotten wolf. In exchange for the girl and her mother's safety, Zoro had agreed to be tied to a post for a month without food or water. If he survived, Helmeppo promised he would be set free. It's been 20 days. Kobe finished, his voice filled with a desperate admiration. But I just heard Helmeppo bragging in a bar. He's going to execute Zoro in 3 days anyway. It was all a lie. Luffy's smile faded. He remembered this part of the story. The sheer pettiness of it. He looked at Hancock, and she saw the shift in his eyes. The fun and games were over. Okay, new plan, Luffy said, his voice level. We're not waiting for food. He looked at the marine base. Let's go. Luffy-san, wait. Kobe cried, grabbing his shorts. You can't. The wall is too high. Luffy just looked at him. You want to be a marine, right, Kobe? Kobe nodded vigorously, tears in his eyes. More than anything. I want to be a great marine, like I've always dreamed. Then watch, Luffy said. He gave Hancock a nod. He took a few steps back, crouched, and then jumped. He shot into the air, easily clearing the 30-foot wall, and disappeared over the top. Kobe's mouth hung open, a squeak of disbelief escaping his throat. Hancock turned to the stunned boy. Do not worry for him. Worry for them. With that, she simply walked towards the main gate. The 2 guards stationed there raised their rifles, shouting at her to halt. This is a restricted area. Identify yourself, one of them yelled, trying to sound brave. Hancock didn't even break her stride. She raised a single, elegant hand. Slave arrow. She formed a heart with her fingers, and a shimmering pink arrow of pure energy shot forward. It wasn't aimed to kill. It struck the ground in front of the guards, exploding in a shower of heart-shaped particles. The 2 Marines' eyes glazed over, their bodies turning to stone in mid-shout. They stood there, 2 perfect statues, expressions of shock permanently etched on their faces. Hancock walked between them without a second glance, entering the base as if she owned it. Kobe, who had watched the entire thing, fainted dead away on the spot. Inside the courtyard, Roronoa Zoro was having a very, very bad day. He was tied to a wooden cross, his 3 swords confiscated. The sun was beating down on him, and the hunger was a gnawing beast in his gut. But it was the thirst that was truly hellish. His throat was sandpaper, his lips cracked. Still, his eyes were clear, sharp, and filled with a defiant fire. He'd made a promise. He would survive this month, or die trying. He heard a thump behind him and twisted his head. A kid in a straw hat was standing there, looking at him with a big, goofy grin. Hey! You're Roronoa Zoro, right? The kid asked. Zoro scowled. Get lost. If they see you talking to me, they'll kill you. They can try, the kid said cheerfully. He walked around to face Zoro. My name's Luffy. I'm gonna be the king of the pirates. I decided you're going to be on my crew. Zoro stared at him. Was this kid an idiot? Pirate? You're a pirate, he rasped, his voice rough. Forget it. I'm a pirate hunter. I have no interest in joining some criminal gang. Now scram before you get yourself killed. Nope, Luffy said, still grinning. I'm not leaving without you. You're my first mate. The confidence was staggering. It wasn't arrogance. It was a statement of fact. Zoro had met a lot of loudmouths in his day, but this kid was something else. Before he could tell him to go to hell again, the main doors to the base building burst open. Out strode a massive man with a chin that looked like an iron plate and an axe for a right hand. Captain, Axehand, Morgan. He was flanked by a dozen Marines and his sniveling, ridiculous-looking son, Helmeppo. Well, well. What do we have here? Morgan boomed, his eyes fixing on Luffy. A friend of the criminal? Helmeppo, you told me he had no one. He doesn't, Daddy. Helmeppo squeaked, pointing a trembling finger at Zoro. I don't know who this weirdo is. Luffy turned to face them, his hands in his pockets. He looked completely relaxed. You're Morgan, right? I heard you're a real jerk. And you, he said, pointing at Helmeppo, you lied to Zoro. You were never going to let him go. Helmeppo paled. I don't know what you're talking about. Morgan laughed, a harsh, grating sound. It doesn't matter. Anyone who defies me in this town dies. That is the rule. Men, kill him. The Marines raised their rifles, the bolts clicking in unison. Zoro's eyes widened. Idiot. I told you to run. Luffy didn't even look at the guns. He just sighed, a sound of profound boredom. He took one step forward. And he let out a breath. It wasn't a shout. It wasn't a roar. It was just a puff of air, but it was infused with a microscopic, yet overwhelming, sliver of his conqueror's haki. The 12 Marines who had their guns trained on him froze. Their eyes rolled back in their heads, foam bubbling on their lips. They collapsed to the ground in a heap, out cold before their bodies even hit the dust. The courtyard fell utterly silent. Morgan's jaw dropped. Helmeppo let out a terrified shriek and hid behind his father. Even Zoro, who had seen his fair share of strange things, was staring, completely speechless. What had just happened? It was like the kid had killed them with a single look. What was that? Morgan stammered, his bravado cracking. Some kind of devil fruit power? Something like that, Luffy said, cracking his knuckles. He started walking towards Morgan, his expression no longer goofy. It was flat, cold, and promised a world of pain. Now, about Zoro's swords, Daddy, do something. Helmeppo shrieked. Morgan, his pride wounded and his mind reeling, roared in fury. He charged forward, raising his massive axe hand. You brat! I am Captain Morgan of the Marines. I will not be looked down upon. He brought the axe down in a whistling arc, a blow that could split a longship in two. He was aiming for Luffy's head. Luffy didn't dodge. He just raised his left hand. The axe blade, a sharpened slab of steel, slammed into his open palm. Clang! The sound was not of flesh and bone breaking, but of metal striking metal. The axe stopped dead, not even scratching Luffy's skin. A spiderweb of cracks appeared on the axe blade itself. Morgan stared in horror, putting all his monstrous strength into the blow, but it was like trying to push over a mountain. Luffy's fingers, coated in an invisible layer of armament haki, closed around the axe blade. This is a piece of junk, he said conversationally. And then he squeezed. Crunch. The steel axe head crumpled in his hand like a tin can. Morgan screamed, not in pain, but in sheer, mind-breaking disbelief. His ultimate weapon, his symbol of power, had just been crushed by a 17-year-old's bare hand. My axe, he whimpered. Don't worry, Luffy said, his eyes empty of any warmth. You won't need it where you're going. His other fist, cocked back at his waist, shot forward. It moved so fast it was just a blur. It connected with Morgan's metal jaw with a sound like a thunderclap. The force of the blow didn't just knock Morgan out. It lifted his huge body off the ground, sent him flying backward through the doors of his own base, and embedded him in the far wall of the building with a sickening crash. Silence. Helmeppo stared at the Luffy-shaped hole in the building, then at the unconscious bodies of the Marines, then at the crumpled metal on his father's arm. He let out a piercing scream of terror and fell to the ground in a dead faint. Zoro just stared, his mind refusing to process what his eyes had just seen. Axe-hand Morgan, the tyrant who ruled this island with an iron fist, a man whose strength was legendary in these parts, had been taken down in less than 5 seconds. By a scrawny kid in a straw hat. It was impossible. It was a dream. Luffy ignored the mess and walked over to Zoro, pulling a small knife from his pocket. See? Told you it wouldn't be a problem. He started sawing at the ropes. What, are you? Zoro finally managed to choke out, his voice filled with awe. I'm Luffy. And you're my first mate now, Luffy said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. The ropes fell away, and Zoro stumbled forward, his legs weak from days of disuse. Luffy caught him easily. Your swords are in Morgan's office, top floor, Luffy said, pointing to the damaged building. I can feel them up there. Go get them. It was at that moment that Hancock chose to make her entrance into the courtyard, stepping gracefully around the unconscious bodies. She saw Zoro, freed, and the destruction, and gave a single, approving nod. Excellent work, my love, she said. Though you have made a mess. Zoro's brain, already overloaded, nearly shut down entirely. Standing there was, without a doubt, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. She was talking to the straw-hatted monster like he was her husband who'd just finished a bit of gardening. And, who are you? Zoro asked, his voice still a rasp. I am Boa Hancock, she replied, her chin held high. His wife. Zoro blinked. Wife? This kid was married. To her. The world had officially stopped making sense. He decided to stop questioning things and focus on the one thing that mattered. His swords. He staggered towards the building, using the wall for support. The remaining Marines on the base, hearing the commotion, began to pour into the courtyard. There were dozens of them, all armed, their faces a mixture of fear and duty. The captain has been defeated, one shouted. It's that boy. Get him. They surged forward. Luffy didn't even turn around, his attention still on Zoro making his way into the building. A bit of trash left to take out, Hancock murmured. She sighed, as if mildly annoyed. Marrow mellow. She blew a kiss, and a massive, wide beam of pink heart-shaped energy washed over the entire courtyard. Every single Marine who was charging at them, their hearts filled with even a flicker of admiration or lust for her impossible beauty, was instantly turned to stone. In a matter of seconds, the courtyard was transformed into a grotesque sculpture garden of terrified-looking Marines. Luffy looked back at her handiwork and grinned. Shishishi. Nice one. A few minutes later, Zoro emerged from the building, his 3 swords strapped to his hip. He looked stronger already, just having them near him. He walked up to Luffy and Hancock, his expression serious. You saved me, he said, his voice now clearer. I owe you. But I have a dream of my own. I'm going to become the world's greatest swordsman. If you ever get in the way of that dream, I will cut you down. Even if you are my captain. Luffy's grin didn't falter. He'd been waiting for this. The world's greatest swordsman, huh? That's great. The king of the pirates should have the best swordsman on his crew. It's perfect. Zoro was taken aback by the enthusiastic acceptance. He had expected an argument, a challenge. Instead, he got pure, unadulterated support. He took a breath and did something he'd sworn he would never do. He bowed his head slightly. Then I, Roronoa Zoro, will join you. But know this. From this day forward, if I am to follow you, I will follow the strongest. I will accept nothing less. Don't worry about that, Luffy said, his smile turning sharp and confident. You've already found him. The weight of that statement settled on Zoro. Looking at the carnage around them, at the effortless, overwhelming display of power he had just witnessed, he had no reason to doubt it. He had just thrown his lot in with a monster. And for some reason, it felt like the best decision he had ever made. With Zoro freed and tentatively recruited, their next problem was food. Rika, the little girl Zoro had saved, insisted on taking them to her mother's restaurant. As they walked, the townspeople began to emerge from their homes, staring at the defeated Marine base in stunned silence. When they realized what had happened, that Morgan's reign was over, a slow, hesitant cheer started, which soon grew into a roar of celebration. Luffy, Hancock, and Zoro sat in the small restaurant, devouring plates of food. Luffy ate with his usual black hole-level appetite, while Zoro wasn't far behind, making up for 20 days of starvation. Hancock ate with a regal grace that seemed completely out of place, yet perfectly natural. It was during this meal that their next crewmate, in a manner of speaking, found them. The restaurant door opened, and a girl with bright orange hair and a cocky grin walked in. She had a map clutched in her hand. Nami. She scanned the room, her eyes landing on the three of them. She clearly hadn't heard about the incident at the base yet. All she saw was a weird-looking kid, a green-haired brute, and a woman who was probably loaded. Her eyes, sharp and calculating, settled on Hancock. The jewels in Hancock's earrings alone were probably worth more than this entire town. "Well, hello there," Nami said, sauntering over to their table with a practiced, flirtatious sway. "You folks look new in town. My name's Nami. I'm a world-traveling adventurer. Perhaps you could use a guide? For a small fee, of course." Luffy almost choked on his meat, a huge smile on his face. This was perfect. Zoro just grunted, not interested. Hancock, however, stopped eating. She placed her fork down gently and looked at Nami. Her eyes, usually filled with adoration for Luffy or cold indifference for others, were now something else. They were analytical. Piercing. She didn't just see a flirty navigator. With her observation haki, she felt the layers of deception, the deeply buried pain, the cunning mind, and the desperate goal that drove the girl. She saw everything. "You are a thief," Hancock stated, her voice calm and level. It wasn't an accusation. It was a simple declaration of fact, like stating the color of the sky. Nami's practiced smile froze on her face. Her blood ran cold. No one had ever called her out so quickly, so bluntly. I don't know what you mean. I'm a navigator." "You are a navigator, yes," Hancock conceded, tilting her head slightly. "A very skilled one. But you are also a thief. You lie as easily as you breathe. You were planning on getting close to us, earning our trust, and stealing everything we own, correct?" Nami was speechless. Her mind was racing, trying to figure out how this woman knew. Was it on a wanted poster? No, she was too careful for that. Who was this person? She looked from Hancock's unervingly perceptive eyes to Luffy, who was just watching with amusement, and then to Zoro, who was now looking at her with suspicion. Her usual tricks, her charm, her wit, they were all useless. This woman had seen straight through her, down to her very soul. It was terrifying. "My husband is the future king of the pirates," Hancock continued, her voice dropping, becoming laced with a possessive, dangerous edge. "He requires a navigator. You are the best in this sea. Therefore, you will be joining us. You will navigate for him. You will not steal from him. You will not lie to him. Is that understood?" It wasn't a negotiation. It was a royal decree. Nami felt a pressure she had never experienced before. It was worse than facing down Arlong. Arlong was a monster of tooth and claw. This woman was a monster of a different kind, one of sheer, unshakable will and terrifying insight. Nami, for the first time in a long time, was genuinely scared. She couldn't run. She couldn't fight. She couldn't talk her way out. She was trapped. I have things I need to do," she stammered, thinking of her village, of the 100 million berries she still needed to collect. "They can wait," Hancock said dismissively. "Your destiny is with us now." Luffy, seeing that Nami was on the verge of a full-blown panic attack, finally intervened. "Hey, "Hey, ease up, Hancock," he said, patting his wife's arm. He turned to Nami, his expression softening into his usual friendly grin. "Don't worry. We're good guys. Mostly. We do need a navigator, and you look like you know your way around a map. Come on, join us. It'll be fun." His friendly demeanor was a jarring contrast to Hancock's regal intimidation, and it left Nami even more confused. But before she could formulate a reply, the restaurant door slammed open again. A group of panicked townspeople ran in. "Pirates! Buggy the Clown's crew has landed. They're tearing up the town." Luffy's eyes lit up. "Buggy! I totally forgot about him." He jumped up from the table. "Awesome! Let's go say hi." He ran out the door. Zoro, with a sigh, finished his drink and followed, muttering something about his captain being a trouble magnet. Hancock stood, gave Nami one last look that said, "We will finish this later," and glided out after them. Nami was left alone at the table, her heart pounding. Buggy the Clown. She had his treasure map right here. She had been planning to steal it and run. But now, these people, they took down a marine captain like it was nothing, and now they were running off to fight another pirate crew for fun. She looked down at the map, then back at the door they'd left through. Her survival instincts screamed at her to run, to disappear. But a deeper, more curious part of her, the part that had been beaten down by years of servitude to Arlong, was intrigued. This was power on a scale she had never seen. With a curse, she shoved the map in her pocket and ran after them. She didn't know why. Maybe it was to see the show. Maybe it was to find an opportunity to rob them blind. Or maybe, just maybe, it was because for the first time, she had met someone even scarier than a fishman. They found Buggy and his crew in the town square. The clown-nosed pirate was standing on a crate, laughing maniacally as his men terrorized the populace. "Behold my glorious power!" Buggy screeched. "I am Buggy, the future king of the, wait a minute." His eyes landed on Luffy. "A straw hat. You look familiar." Luffy just grinned. "Shanks says hi." Buggy's face went white with a mixture of rage and fear. "Shanks. I hate that name." He pointed a gloved finger at Luffy. "Men. Kill him. And bring me that hat." His crew, a bunch of circus freaks and low-level thugs, charged forward. "I will handle these worms," Zoro said, drawing one of his swords. "No need," Luffy said, holding up a hand. He took a deep breath. This time, it wasn't a subtle puff. He unleashed a wave of Conqueror's Haki, a silent, invisible tsunami of willpower that washed over the entire square. The effect was instantaneous. Every single member of the Buggy Pirates, from Kabeji the Acrobat to Moji the Beast Tamer, stopped dead. Their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed, foaming at the mouth. The entire crew was knocked out cold in a single second. Nami, who had just caught up, skidded to a halt, her jaw hitting the floor. One moment, there was an army of pirates. The next, they were all on the ground, twitching. The boy in the straw hat hadn't even moved. Buggy stared at his fallen crew, his eyes wide with horror. What did you do?" "Just tidying up," Luffy said. He vanished from his spot, appearing directly in front of a terrified Buggy. "Now, about you. You can't beat me." Buggy shrieked, his body splitting into a dozen pieces to dodge a punch that Luffy hadn't even thrown. "I ate the Barabara no Mi. I'm immune to blades and punches." "I know," Luffy said. His fist, which had been at his side, was now glowing with a faint, black aura. "Armament Haki. But this is different." He didn't punch. He just flicked Buggy's floating head with his finger. The Haki-infused tap connected, and Buggy screamed as if he'd been hit by a cannonball. The ability that had made him invincible in the East Blue was completely negated. He felt the full force of the blow, and it was agonizing. His head flew back, reattaching to his body, and he crashed into a wall, out cold. The whole encounter had lasted less than 30 seconds. Luffy dusted off his hands. Well, that was easy. He turned to Nami, who was looking at him as if he were a demon from the deepest pits of hell. See? Fun. Nami couldn't speak. She just nodded, her entire worldview shattered. A different kind of noise cut through the stunned silence. A den den mushi was ringing from the pocket of one of the unconscious Marines back at the base. Kobe, who had finally woken up and followed the commotion, pointed it out. Luffy walked over, picked it up, and answered. Moshi Moshi. On the other end of the line, on the deck of a Marine battleship miles away, Vice Admiral Garp nearly dropped his rice cracker. That was his grandson's voice. Luffy? Garp roared into the receiver. What are you doing answering a Marine-issued den den mushi? Where is Captain Morgan? Oh, hey Gramps. Luffy said cheerfully. The big guy with the axe chin. He's taking a nap. A long one. We beat him up. He was a bad guy. Garp went silent. He had received a panicked, incoherent report from Shell's town minutes earlier. It spoke of stone soldiers, a crushed axe, and a captain defeated in a single blow. He had dismissed it as hysteria. But now. Luffy, what did you do? Garp asked, his voice dangerously low. Just what I said I would, Luffy replied, his tone losing its cheerfulness, replaced by the same unnerving certainty he'd had on Dawn Island. I'm gathering my crew. And I'm fixing things. This whole island was messed up because of your stupid Marines. So I fixed it. You should be thanking me. He hung up before Garp could reply. On his ship, Garp stared at the silent snail, his face grim. The power his grandson had shown him was not a fluke. This was real. He wasn't just a strong rookie. He was a force of nature moving through the weakest of the four seas. A tidal wave in a teacup. Helmsman. Garp bellowed, his voice echoing across the deck. Set a course for Logue Town. All ships in the East Blue sector are to be on high alert. Track that ship. Do not engage, just track. I want to know everywhere my grandson goes. He wasn't trying to capture him. Not yet. He was trying to understand. The boy he had raised was gone, replaced by something powerful, something terrifying. Something that was moving with a purpose he couldn't yet fathom. The balance of the world, which had been so carefully maintained for decades, was being shaken. And it was all starting here, in the peaceful waters of the East Blue. Back in Shell's town, Luffy tossed the den den mushi aside. He looked at his new, tiny crew. A bewildered swordsman, a terrified navigator, and his beautiful, powerful wife. All right, he declared, a huge grin returning to his face. Now that that's done, where to next? Nami, still in shock, numbly pointed at the map she was holding. Syrup Village, is that way? Syrup Village it is. Luffy cheered. I wonder if Usopp is ready to go on an adventure. Zoro just shook his head, a small smile on his face. This was going to be one hell of a ride. Nami just groaned, wondering what fresh insanity awaited them, and how she was ever going to escape the orbit of the boy in the straw hat and his terrifyingly gorgeous wife. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Bonds forged in foresight. The Going Merry was a miracle. Not just because it was a beautifully crafted ship given to them out of gratitude, but because for Luffy, it was a ghost. He stood on its deck, the fresh scent of wood and paint filling his lungs, and ran a hand along the railing. It felt solid, real, alive. In his memories, this same wood was splintered, scarred, and ultimately, consumed by fire and sea. He remembered its voice, its heartbreaking apology for not being able to carry them further. To be here again, at its birth, felt like a gift he didn't deserve. His crew, his tiny, fledgling, ridiculously overpowered crew, was settling in. Zoro had immediately claimed the crow's nest as his personal training ground/nap spot. The clanging of his weights against the mast was already becoming a familiar rhythm. Usopp, the newest member, was running around the deck like a kid in a candy store, his eyes wide with wonder. He'd proudly sewn his own Jolly Roger and hoisted it up the mast, a goofy, long-nosed skull that made Luffy laugh every time he saw it. Then there was Nami. She was in her element, standing at the helm, charts spread out before her. She was navigating them away from Syrup Village with a professional focus that was almost intimidating. But Luffy, with his advanced haki, could feel the turmoil beneath her calm exterior. She was still processing. Still calculating. Still trying to figure out what she had gotten herself into. She was a bird that had accidentally flown into the den of a pair of dragons, and she hadn't decided if she should be terrified or intrigued. And beside him, as always, was Hancock. She stood with a quiet, regal poise, observing everything. Her presence turned the small caravel into a royal yacht. She watched Usopp's frantic energy with a small, amused smile and Nami's tense focus with perceptive eyes. She understood, better than anyone, the kind of shock their existence could induce in normal people. "It's a good ship," Luffy said softly, his gaze fixed on the sheep figurehead. "The best." Hancock heard the undercurrent in his voice. "The history. The love. It has a kind spirit," she agreed, her own senses picking up on the nascent life within the Clobotoman. "It will serve you well, my king." The journey to Syrup Village had been a whirlwind. They had arrived on the island, and instead of waiting for events to unfold, Luffy had acted. He knew Usopp's daily routine by heart. He found him not with his little pirate crew of village kids, but sitting alone on his favorite cliff, staring out at the sea, dreaming of his father. Luffy had approached him directly. "You're Usopp's son, right?" The effect had been electric. Usopp, who was in the middle of spinning a grand tale to an audience of seagulls, had nearly jumped out of his skin. No one on this island ever talked about his father with that kind of casual familiarity. Luffy didn't wait for an answer. He sat down next to him and started talking about the red-haired pirates. He told Usopp stories Usopp himself had told him in the future, stories about his legendary marksmanship, his goofy dancing, and how he never, ever stopped bragging about his brave son back home. Usopp was speechless, tears welling in his eyes. This stranger knew his father. He knew the man behind the legend. It was everything he had ever wanted to hear. When Luffy told him that Usopp was proud of him, that he was waiting for him out on the grand sea, Usopp's loyalty was sealed before a single punch had been thrown. He saw in Luffy not just a pirate captain, but a direct link to the father he idolized. The Kuro situation had been almost an afterthought. When Usopp, now trusting Luffy implicitly, had mentioned his worries about Kaya's strange butler, Luffy's course was set. They hadn't bothered with elaborate traps or waiting for the pirate crew to invade. Luffy, Hancock, and Zoro had walked right up to the front door of Kaya's mansion that evening. Kuro, in his Klahadore disguise, had answered the door, ready to deliver a speech about trespassing. He never got the chance. "Captain Kuro," Luffy had said, his voice flat. "We know who you are. We know what you're planning. Leave the island now, or we will remove you." The mask of the polite butler had shattered. Kuro's fury was immediate. He'd tried to use his Shikushi technique, his silent, hyperspeed movement. To the eyes of a normal East Blue fighter, he would have been an invisible blur. To Luffy and Zoro, he was moving in slow motion. Zoro hadn't even drawn a sword. He'd simply stepped in Kuro's path and knocked him out with the pommel of Wado Ikemonji. The rest of the Black Cat pirates, who had been hiding in the woods waiting for the signal, were dealt with by Hancock. She'd found their hiding spot, and with a single, contemptuous wave of perfumed femur, had turned the entire crew into stone statues. Django the hypnotist had tried to use his power on her, only for his hypnosis ring to shatter against the force of her will. She'd turned him to stone while he was mid-swing. The aftermath was clean. Too clean. Kaya and the villagers were grateful, but also deeply unnerved. They had been saved by monsters. But Usopp wasn't scared. He was inspired. He had seen real strength, the kind he'd only ever lied about having. When Luffy officially offered him a spot on the crew as their sniper, his acceptance was a roar of joyous, tearful affirmation. Kaya, in her gratitude, had given them the Going Merry, a ship she'd had designed for her own travels. Now, sailing away, Usopp was practically vibrating with excitement. He was finally a real pirate, on a real adventure, with a captain who knew his dad. It was a dream come true. "Hey, Nami!" Luffy called out, snapping out of his reverie. "Where are we headed?" Nami jumped slightly, pulling her attention from the charts. She was still getting used to being addressed so casually by the boy who could knock out an army with a look. Based on the currents, the nearest populated area with a decent port is a floating restaurant called the Baratai. Luffy's grin was instantaneous and massive. The Baratai. Awesome. I'm starving. Usopp, who was oiling a slingshot nearby, perked up. A floating restaurant? Is it famous? The food is legendary, Nami said, a bit of her usual mercenary self returning. But it's also notoriously expensive. And it's a hotspot for pirates and bounty hunters. It can be dangerous. Perfect. Luffy cheered. Nami just sighed and shook her head, turning back to the helm. Her gaze drifted over to Hancock, who was now sitting gracefully on a crate, watching Luffy with that same look of unwavering adoration. Nami couldn't figure her out. This woman radiated power. She could turn men to stone. She carried herself like a queen. Yet she followed this rubber-brained idiot around like a lost puppy. It made no sense. Driven by a curiosity that outweighed her fear, Nami tied off the helm and walked over. "Can I ask you something?" she said, her voice more cautious than she would have liked. Hancock's gaze shifted to her. It wasn't cold, but it was appraising, like a jeweler examining a stone for flaws. "You may." "You too," Nami began, gesturing vaguely between Hancock and Luffy. "You're so strong. Unbelievably strong. You could take whatever you want. You could rule this whole sea. Why are you bothering with all this? Going from island to island, picking up strays like us?" Hancock considered the question for a moment. She saw the genuine confusion in Nami's eyes, and beneath that, the deeply ingrained pragmatism of someone who has had to fight and scrap for every little thing. "You believe strength is for ruling," Hancock stated. "For taking. That is the logic of the weak who suddenly find themselves with power. It is the logic of men like Morgan, and Kuro, and the celestial dragons." The name came out as a hiss, a brief flash of venomous hatred that made Nami flinch. Hancock's expression softened slightly. "My husband's strength is not for that. His power is a tool for freedom. His own, and that of his friends. He doesn't want to conquer anyone. He wants to be the man with the most freedom on the sea. That is what being the pirate king means to him." Nami was still confused. "Freedom? What does that even mean? You can't eat freedom. You can't buy a village with it." The last part was muttered under her breath, a bitter edge to her voice. Hancock heard it. Her haki felt the spike of pain and anger associated with the word village. She decided to offer a small piece of herself, a calculated risk to build a bridge. "I was once a slave," she said, her voice low and steady. Nami's eyes widened in shock. The idea of this regal, untouchable woman in chains was impossible to imagine. "I was owned by the very people who rule this world. I knew nothing but cages and pain. Freedom was a concept as foreign to me as the sun is to a creature of the deep. Then I met him." She looked over at Luffy, who was now engaged in a ridiculous contest with Usopp to see who could stretch their face the weirdest. He did not care that I was an empress. He did not care that I was called the most beautiful woman in the world. He scaled the walls of my palace, broke into my bath, and showed no fear or desire. He only saw a person. And later, when he learned of my past, he did not pity me. He grew angry for me. He attacked one of my so-called owners simply for hurting his friends. In that moment, he showed me what freedom truly was. It is the power to choose. The power to protect those you care for. The power to live without being owned by anyone or anything. She turned her gaze back to Nami, her eyes sharp and penetrating. You are not free, Nami. You carry a cage around with you, one built of debt and obligation. You think money will buy your freedom, but it will only buy you a different kind of servitude. The only person who can truly set you free, is my husband. Nami stood there, stunned into silence. Hancock's words had struck her with the force of a physical blow. She had seen right through her. The 100 million berries, Kokoyashi village, Arlong, this woman didn't know the details, but she knew the shape of Nami's prison. For the first time, Nami looked at Luffy, now trying to balance on the sheep figurehead, not as an idiot, but as something else. A potential. A force of nature that might just be powerful enough to break the chains she'd been dragging around for 8 long years. She didn't have a response. She just nodded mutely and walked back to the helm, her mind a chaotic storm of conflicting thoughts. The Going Merry sailed on. A few days later, a shape appeared on the horizon. A huge, fish-shaped vessel. The Baratai. As they drew closer, they saw another, smaller ship docked nearby. A marine vessel. And a third, a wrecked galleon that looked like it had been sliced apart by a giant sword. Luffy grinned. He knew exactly what was happening. Jin was probably on board, starving. Krieg's fleet was destroyed. And Mihawk was in the area. Perfect timing. Prepare to dock. Nami called out, her voice all business, masking her inner turmoil. They pulled alongside the sea restaurant just as a man in a chef's uniform was being bodily thrown out the front door. He landed in a heap on the deck. It was Patty, one of the Baradi's notoriously rough cooks. Get out of here, you damn pirate. Patty yelled back into the restaurant. We fed you, now scram. Luffy hopped off the Merry and landed lightly on the Baradi's deck. Hey! Is the food here good? I'm starving. The chefs, who were gathered at the door, turned to look at him. One of them, a tall, lanky man with a cigarette dangling from his lips and a strange, curly eyebrow, raised that same eyebrow. Sanji. We're not open to freeloaders, Sanji said, his voice a cool drawl. He blew a stream of smoke. Then his eyes landed on Hancock and Nami, who had followed Luffy onto the deck. His entire demeanor changed in an instant. His jaw dropped, his one visible eye turned into a heart, and he began to wiggle like a piece of spaghetti. Melarine. Angels have descended from the heavens to grace my humble restaurant. Oh, my beautiful goddesses, please, allow me to prepare you the finest meal you have ever tasted. My love for you burns hotter than any oven. He spun towards Hancock, a rose appearing from seemingly nowhere. My divine empress, your beauty outshines the sun itself. Then he zipped over to Nami. My sweet tangerine, your radiance is a treasure no map could lead to. Nami was taken aback, a light blush on her cheeks. Usopp and Zoro, who had followed, just sweat dropped. Hancock, however, was not amused. She looked at Sanji, her eyes radiating a frigid aura. You dare address me with such pathetic, slobbering words? You are not worthy to gaze upon me, let alone speak. She took a half step, positioning herself slightly in front of Luffy, a subtle, possessive gesture. My heart, my beauty, my entire being belongs to my husband. A sniveling cook like you is less than the dirt on his sandals. Sanji froze mid-twirl, the heart in his eyes shattering like glass. The sheer coldness of her rejection was a physical force. He had been turned down before, but never with such absolute, soul-crushing disdain. He looked at Luffy, who was just picking his nose, completely oblivious. This moron was her husband. Before the incredibly awkward scene could escalate, a commotion came from inside. A battered, starving pirate, Jin, was being kicked out. Sanji, true to his nature, immediately went to help him, taking him inside to give him a free meal, earning the ire of his fellow chefs. Luffy just smiled. He knew it would play out this way. "Come on," he said to his crew. "Let's get a table." They entered the bustling restaurant. It was loud, rowdy, and smelled incredible. They were seated at a table, and Sanji, having recovered from his romantic rejection with the resilience of a true connoisseur of women, took their order. He was still fawning over Nami and Hancock, though he now kept a very respectful, and fearful, distance from the latter. It was then that Marine Lieutenant Iron Fist Fullbody decided to make a scene, complaining about a fly in his soup. Sanji, with his usual flair, proceeded to beat the tar out of him, not for being a Marine, but for wasting food. Luffy just laughed and kept eating. This was exactly as he remembered it. The chaos, the passion, the delicious food. Zeph, the owner and head chef, came out from the kitchen, his peg leg making a solid thump-thump-thump on the wooden floor. He was a short, stout old man with a ridiculously long, braided mustache and a chef's hat that was taller than he was. But his presence filled the entire room. His haki, while not on their level, was strong and seasoned. This was a man who had seen the Grand Line and lived. He took one look at the mess, yelled at his cooks, and then his eyes settled on their table. He looked at Zoro's swords. At Nami's maps. At Usopp's slingshot. At Hancock's regal bearing. And finally, at Luffy, who was stuffing his face. His eyes lingered on the straw hat. "You're pirates," Zeph stated, his voice a low grumble. "Yep," Luffy said through a mouthful of pasta. "And you're Redleg Zeph. Used to be a pirate captain, right?" The entire restaurant went quiet. Zeph's reputation was known, but few dared to speak of it to his face. Zeph's eyes narrowed. "You've got a big mouth, kid." "I've got a big appetite," Luffy corrected. "And I'm looking for a cook." "Him," he said, pointing his fork at Sanji. "He's gonna be my cook." Sanji, who was clearing a nearby table, scoffed. "Not interested. I'm staying here until that shitty old geezer admits I'm a better cook than him. And I have my own dream." "You want to find the all blue," Luffy said casually, taking another bite. Sanji dropped a plate. It shattered on the floor. He stared at Luffy, his cigarette falling from his lips. How did you know that?" The all blue was his secret, a dream he shared only with Zeph, a dream everyone else laughed at. "I know a lot of things," Luffy said, his grin widening. "I know it's real. And I'm going to the end of the Grand Line. I'll probably pass it on the way. You should come with us." Before Sanji could process this, the doors to the Baratai burst open again. This time it was Jin, returned. But he wasn't alone. Behind him stood the imposing figure of Don Krieg, the much-feared ruler of the East Blue, his body clad in wood steel armor, a cruel sneer on his face. His massive, damaged ship was pulling alongside the restaurant. "Food," Krieg rasped, his voice weak but his eyes burning with arrogance. "Give us food. All of it. And then, give me this ship." The chefs of the Baratai grabbed their knives and meat cleavers, ready for a fight. Zeph just stood there, his arms crossed, completely unfazed. Luffy sighed, putting down his fork. "This is getting annoying. I was having a good meal." He stood up. "Hey, spiky armor guy. You're Don Krieg, right? I heard you got your whole fleet wiped out in the Grand Line." Krieg's eyes blazed with fury and a flash of terror. Who told you that? A little bird, Luffy said. You're weak. You ran away. Now you're back here, acting like a king, picking on a restaurant. It's pathetic. Pathetic? Krieg roared. He raised his arm, revealing a hidden cannon barrel. I have an arsenal of weapons. I have an army of men. I am the strongest man in the East Blue. No, you're not, a new voice said. It was calm, deep, and carried an unnatural weight. Every head in the restaurant turned. Standing in the doorway was a man in ornate, dark clothing, a massive, cross-shaped sword strapped to his back. His eyes were like a hawk's, sharp, predatory, and impossibly ancient. Dracul, Hawkeye's, my hawk. Zoro, who had been quietly drinking at the table, stood up. His hand went to his swords, his entire body trembling with a mixture of excitement and dread. This was him. The man he had set out to see to find. The goal of his entire life. Mihawk's piercing gaze swept the room, dismissing Krieg and his men as insects. He looked at Zeph with a flicker of recognition. Then his eyes landed on Zoro. You have the eyes of a fighter, Mihawk said, his voice resonating through the room. But then his gaze shifted, and his bored expression vanished. It was replaced by something else. Shock. Disbelief. His eyes widened slightly as he looked past Zoro, at the boy in the straw hat and the impossibly beautiful woman standing next to him. Mihawk was one of the few people in the world whose haki could brush the edges of what Luffy and Hancock were. He couldn't see the full scope of their power, but he felt it. He felt two suns burning in a room lit by candles. It was like finding two sea kings in a fishbowl. It was wrong. It was impossible. Who are you? Mihawk asked, his question directed not at Zoro, but at Luffy and Hancock. Luffy just grinned. I'm Luffy. This is Hancock. Nice to meet you. Krieg, furious at being ignored, decided to act. To hell with all of you. If you won't give me food, I'll take it. Fire the MH5. He pressed a button on his gauntlet, launching a poison gas bomb into the restaurant. Panic erupted. The chefs scrambled for gas masks. Luffy just sighed again. He took a deep breath, puffed out his cheeks, and then blew. Gomu Gomu no. Fusion. His body inflated into a massive balloon, and the gust of wind he exhaled was like a hurricane. It caught the poison gas bomb in mid-air and sent it flying back out the door, where it detonated harmlessly over the ocean. Luffy then deflated, back to his normal size. Everyone stared. Mihawk's eyes were narrowed, a flicker of genuine interest in them now. Krieg was apoplectic. Zoro, Luffy said, not taking his eyes off Mihawk. This is your fight. Do what you need to do. Zoro nodded, a grim smile on his face. He walked forward, tying his black bandana around his head. Dracul Mihawk. I have been seeking you. My name is Roronoa Zoro. I challenge you for the title of world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk looked from Luffy back to Zoro, his composure returned. He seemed to find the situation amusing. A bold challenge. Very well. But you are a frog in a well, little one. You do not know the true vastness of the world. He drew the tiny cross pendant from his neck, which revealed itself to be a small kagatana knife. I am not so cruel as to hunt a rabbit with a cannon. This will be more than enough. The fight was brutal and short. Zoro attacked with everything he had, his three-sword style a whirlwind of flashing steel. Mihawk, with his tiny knife, parried every single blow effortlessly. He was leagues beyond Zoro. He was playing with him. Finally, Mihawk found an opening and stabbed the knife directly into Zoro's chest. Zoro didn't fall. He gritted his teeth, refusing to retreat. Why don't you step back? Mihawk asked, a hint of admiration in his voice. I don't know, Zoro growled through the pain. But if I took even one step back, I feel like all the promises and oaths I've ever made would be broken. I'd never be able to stand before you again. Mihawk smiled, a rare, genuine smile. Well said, boy. He pulled the knife out and took a step back. He reached for the massive sword on his back. As a show of respect for a fellow swordsman, I will use the world's strongest black blade, Yoru, to send you to your grave. Luffy watched, his arms crossed. He could intervene. He could stop this. 1 second punch and Mihawk would be on the defensive. But he wouldn't. This was Zoro's moment. His defeat. His promise. It was the foundation upon which the future world's greatest swordsman would be built. Hancock stood beside him, her hand resting on his arm. She felt his tension, his desire to protect his friend clashing with his knowledge that this had to happen. Mihawk swung Yoru. The blow was immense, a slash of pure power. Zoro, knowing he was defeated, turned to face it head-on, his arms spread wide. Scars on the back are a swordsman's shame, he declared. The blade cut a massive, diagonal gash across his chest. Blood erupted. Zoro fell forward, into the sea. Usopp and 2 of the chefs, Johnny and Yasaku, who had been Zoro's fans from his bounty hunting days, immediately dove in after him. Mihawk stood over the churning water, his expression solemn. He then looked at Luffy. It is too soon for him to die. My name is Dracula Mihawk. Discover yourself. Discover the world. Become strong, Roronoa. For however long it takes, I will wait for you at the top. Surpass this blade. Surpass me. He sheathed Yoru and turned his full attention to Luffy. Now, as for you two. What manner of creatures are you? The power I feel from you does not belong in this sea. It does not belong in this era. Luffy's goofy grin was gone. In its place was the calm, unshakable confidence of the Pirate King. We're just pirates, on our way to the top. Mihawk stared at him for a long, hard moment, his hawk-like eyes seeming to peer into Luffy's very soul. That hat, he murmured. I see. So you are the one Shanks spoke of. The boy who carries the will of that man. He let out a short, sharp laugh. The sea is about to become interesting indeed. He turned to leave, ignoring Krieg completely. Wait. Our fight isn't over. Krieg screamed, enraged at being made a fool of. He launched a volley of explosive projectiles from his armor at Mihawk's back. Mihawk didn't even look. With a single, fluid flick of his wrist, he redirected the projectiles with Yoru, sending them crashing into the remnants of Krieg's galleon, which exploded in a massive fireball. He then sliced the entire ship in half with a casual swing of his blade, the pieces sinking beneath the waves. The display of power was so absolute, so effortless, that it broke Don Krieg's spirit completely. His army was gone. His ship was gone. He was nothing. Mihawk leaped onto his tiny, coffin-shaped boat and sailed away, leaving a restaurant full of stunned onlookers and a defeated pirate crew. Luffy walked to the edge of the deck, where Usopp and the others were hauling a barely conscious Zoro out of the water. Zoro, bleeding profusely, struggled to lift his one remaining sword, Wado Ikemonji, into the air. Luffy, can you hear me? He rasped. Yeah, I hear you, Luffy said, his voice soft. Tears streamed from Zoro's eyes, mixing with the salt water. I'm sorry. I let you down. I swore I would never lose again. From now until the day I defeat him. I will never lose again. Do you have a problem with that? King of the Pirates? Luffy's grin returned, wider and prouder than ever. Shishishi. Nope. Not at all. The crisis was over. Don Krieg and his remaining men were unceremoniously beaten by the Baratai chefs and thrown into the sea. Sanji, having witnessed Luffy's strange power, Zoro's unbreakable will, and the impossible dream of finding the All Blue being taken seriously, had made his decision. After a tearful, violent, and heartfelt farewell with Zeph and the other cooks, Sanji officially joined the Straw Hat Pirates as their cook. As the Going Merry sailed away from the Baratai, the crew was finally taking shape. The original 5 East Blue members were all here. Zoro was heavily bandaged and unconscious in the men's quarters. Sanji was in the new galley, marveling at the equipment and planning their first official meal as a full crew. Usopp was telling Nami an exaggerated version of the fight with Mihawk. Hancock found Luffy alone at the stern, watching the Baratai shrink in the distance. "Your first mate is strong-willed," she commented. "He's the best," Luffy said simply. "He just needed a reminder of how far he has to go." He looked at Hancock, a serious expression on his face. "Thanks for not stepping in. I know you wanted to." Hancock's lips curved into a soft smile. "I trust your judgment, my love. Always. You knew he needed this loss to become the man he is meant to be." She leaned against him, resting her head on his shoulder. "You are a good king." They stood there for a while, enjoying the peace. The crew was coming together. Their journey was on track. But they were leaving a trail of impossible rumors in their wake. A boy who could crush steel. A woman who turned men to stone. A swordsman who challenged a warlord. A captain who knocked out an army without touching them. They were no longer just rookies. They were an anomaly. And anomalies attract attention. Miles away, on a nondescript ship flying no flag, a man in a simple black suit and a white mask lowered a high-powered telescope. He wore the mask of Cipher Pol Aegis Zero, but his suit was a different cut, his movements more fluid, less rigid than his colleagues. He was one of the organization's shadows, a ghost assigned to problems that didn't officially exist. He picked up a black Den Den Mushi, its shell carved with strange, angular patterns. It rang once before being answered. "Report," a cold, synthesized voice said from the other end. "The target, Straw Hat, has left the Baratai," the agent said, his own voice a detached monotone. "He has acquired a third new recruit, Black Leg Sanji. This is in addition to Roronoa Zoro and the son of the red-hair pirate sniper, Yasopp. Confirm the rumors regarding the encounter with the warlord Dracula Mihawk." "Confirmed," the agent replied. Mihawk engaged Roronoa. The outcome was as expected. However, the warlord's subsequent behavior was unusual. He addressed Straw Hat and his female companion directly. He seemed to recognize a power in them that was, to quote the Baraty's owner, not of this world. He made no move against them. It was almost deferential. There was a long pause from the other end. "The power levels are a gross miscalculation. This is no longer a simple surveillance mission. The anomaly is not just powerful, it is influencing world-level figures. Your orders are updated. Continue to shadow them. Do not engage. Gather all data. Find the source of their power. We must understand what they are before we decide how to erase them." "Understood," the agent said. The Den Den Mushi went silent. The masked man looked back at the tiny speck on the horizon that was the Going Merry. He was an investigator, a scalpel meant to dissect threats to the world's balance. But for the first time in his long career, he had the distinct feeling that he was not the one holding the scalpel. He was the one on the operating table. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Conqueror of Arlong Park. The sea air started to taste different. It wasn't something Sanji, with his sensitive nose, or Usopp, with his seaborne instincts, could have noticed. It was a change in the atmosphere, a subtle tension that only a master navigator could feel in the currents and the wind. For the past day, Nami had been quiet. Dangerously quiet. Her usual snappy, money-obsessed energy had evaporated, replaced by a brittle focus. She stood at the helm of the Going Merry, her knuckles white where she gripped the wood, her eyes fixed on the horizon as if expecting an enemy fleet to appear at any moment. The rest of the crew gave her a wide berth. Sanji had tried to woo her with a beautifully crafted fruit parfait, only to be met with a cold glare that made his heart freeze over. Usopp had attempted to lighten the mood with a grand tale of how he once defeated a kraken with a single, well-aimed Tabasco star, but she hadn't even cracked a smile. She just told him to shut up and check the rigging. It was so unlike her that even Zoro, who was trying to nap in the crow's nest, had opened one eye, sensing the storm brewing inside their navigator. Luffy knew what it was. He was leaning against the railing, watching her, his straw hat pulled down low over his eyes. He wasn't smiling. He could feel her turmoil, a chaotic symphony of fear, anger, and a bone-deep sadness that resonated in his haki. They were getting close. Close to her cage. Close to Arlong. Hancock stood beside him, her expression serene, but her eyes were fixed on Nami with a profound, almost sorrowful understanding. She had seen this kind of pain before. She had lived it. The desperate facade of control, the fear of being dragged back into the darkness, the crushing weight of a past that refused to let go. She is afraid, Hancock said softly, her voice just for him. She fears what we will think of her. And she fears we are not strong enough to break her chains. We are, Luffy replied, his voice a low rumble. It wasn't a boast. It was the simplest fact in his world. She just doesn't know it yet. The tension finally broke when two men on a tiny, battered boat rowed up alongside them. They were Johnny and Yasaku, two of Zoro's old acquaintances from his bounty hunting days. They were overjoyed to see him, but their faces were grim. They had just come from an island cluster nearby. You guys can't go that way. Johnny warned, pointing east. It's Arlong's territory. He's a fishman, a real monster from the Grand Line. He and his crew have taken over the Gosa Islands. No one who goes there comes out alive. Usopp's face went pale. A fishman. From the Grand Line. Yasaku nodded gravely. They say he was part of the Sun Pirates with Jinbei, the warlord. He's pure evil. He hates humans more than anything. At the mention of Arlong's name, Nami flinched as if struck. Her entire body went rigid. Luffy didn't move. He just tilted his head, his eyes still hidden by his hat. So. We're pirates. We're not scared of some fish. This is different, straw hat bro. Johnny insisted. This guy is on another level from Krieg or anyone else in the East Blue. And that's not all. Nami sis, we saw her. She was on their ship. She's one of them. She has their mark tattooed on her arm. Silence fell over the deck of the Mary. Usopp stared at Nami, his mouth agape. Sanji's cigarette fell into the sea. Zoro's hand drifted to his swords, his expression unreadable. Nami didn't deny it. She couldn't. She just stood there, trembling, her back to them. She's a traitor. Johnny spat, feeling betrayed himself. She's the witch who navigates for the Arlong pirates. Before he could say another word, Luffy moved. He wasn't fast like Gear Second, just, sudden. He was in front of Johnny, his shadow falling over the smaller man. He reached out and grabbed Johnny's collar, lifting him effortlessly. Luffy's face was still calm, but his eyes, now visible, were like black stones. Don't you ever, Luffy said, his voice dangerously quiet, talk about my navigator like that again. The pressure that radiated from him was immense. It was a tiny sliver of his will, a quiet promise of annihilation that made both Johnny and Yasaku feel like their lungs were collapsing. They had never felt anything like it. It was pure, suffocating power. Luffy dropped him. Johnny collapsed back into his boat, gasping for air. Nami is our navigator, Luffy stated, turning to face the rest of his crew, his voice ringing with the authority of a captain making a declaration. That's all that matters. Understand? Zoro grunted in assent. Sanji, after a moment's shock, lit a new cigarette, his eyes filled with a new, harder light. Of course, Captain. Some shitty fish isn't going to scare me away from a beautiful lady in distress. Usopp, still scared but buoyed by his captain's absolute conviction, nodded vigorously. Luffy looked at Nami's back. Nami. Where's your hometown? She finally turned, her face a mask of anguish. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. Don't come, she whispered, her voice breaking. Just, leave me alone. Take the ship, take the treasure we have, just, go. She dove off the side of the Mary, landing in the water with a splash. Before anyone could react, she swam to the bounty hunter's boat and clambered aboard. Take me to Kokoyashi village, she ordered them, her voice raw. Johnny and Yasaku, still terrified of Luffy, just nodded and started rowing as fast as they could, away from the Mary, towards the islands of their doom. The crew watched them go. So, Sanji said, blowing a stream of smoke. What's the plan, Captain? We going after her? Luffy watched the small boat disappear over the horizon. He didn't answer for a long time. Then, a slow, dangerous grin spread across his face. It was the same one he'd had before taking down Morgan. Yep, he said. Let's go get our navigator back. Kokoyashi village felt like a town holding its breath. It was beautiful, with windmills spinning lazily in the breeze and groves of tangerine trees dotting the landscape, but the smiles of the people were brittle, their eyes filled with a weary resignation. It was a town living under a long, dark shadow. Luffy, Hancock, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp walked into the village, drawing wary stares. They found their way to a small house on the outskirts, where a blue-haired woman with tattoos covering her arms and chest was tending to a tangerine grove. Nojiko. Nami's sister. She was hostile at first, telling them to leave, that Nami didn't want them here. But Sanji's polite persistence and Luffy's simple, unshakable statement, "We're her friends," seemed to wear her down. They were joined by the town's resident lawman, a man with a pinwheel stuck in his hat named Genzo. Inside Nojiko's house, they finally heard the whole story. The arrival of Arlong 8 years ago. The brutal murder of their adoptive mother, Belmere, a former Marine, right in front of their eyes because she couldn't afford to pay for her own life as well as her daughter's. The choice Nami had made, to join the crew of her mother's killer, to become their cartographer, to endure the pain and the hatred, all in exchange for a deal. If she could bring Arlong 100 million berries, he would sell her the village, and they would all be free. For 8 years, she had been stealing from pirates, lying, cheating, and bearing the mark of the monster who had destroyed her life, all to save the people she loved. She was just a few million short of her goal. As Nojiko told the story, the room grew heavy with a shared, silent fury. Usopp was crying openly. Sanji's cigarette had burned down to the filter, his hands clenched so tight his knuckles were white. Zoro's aura was so cold it felt like the temperature had dropped. Hancock listened, her face a mask of stone, but her eyes burned with a familiar, ancient hatred. This was the same story, just with a different monster. The story of the powerful preying on the weak, branding them, owning them. Luffy just listened, his expression hidden once again by the brim of his hat. He didn't say a word. He just absorbed the pain, the injustice. He felt the weight of the promise he had made to his younger self, back on his little boat off the coast of Dawn Island. No one has to suffer. Their grim meeting was interrupted by a commotion outside. A marine ship, led by a corrupt, rat-faced captain named Nezumi, was marching towards Nami's tangerine grove. They had been tipped off by Arlong about where she had hidden her fortune. The crew followed, watching from a distance as the Marines tore through Belmere's old house, unearthing the chests filled with Nami's stolen treasure. They watched as Nami arrived, her face a canvas of disbelief and horror, and confronted Nezumi, who just laughed and told her the treasure was now the property of the world government. And then Arlong arrived. He sauntered onto the scene, his sharp-toothed grin splitting his face. He admitted it all. He had always known where the money was. He had let her get close, let her taste the hope of freedom, only to snatch it away at the last second. The deal was a lie. It was always a lie. She was his property, his tool, forever. The sound of Nami's spirit breaking was almost a physical thing. She stumbled away from the scene, away from the laughing fishmen and the corrupt marines, her eyes vacant. She walked through the village, the townspeople looking on with pity and sorrow. They knew. They had always known Arlong would never let them go. They had just let Nami believe, because her hope was the only thing keeping any of them going. She finally collapsed in a dirt field, completely alone. She pulled out a small, sharp knife, the one she kept hidden for emergencies. And she started stabbing her own arm, trying to carve out the tattoo of the Arlong pirates, the symbol of her enslavement. Arlong! 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 She screamed, each shout accompanied by a new, bloody gouge in her own flesh. Luffy and the crew had been following her. They stood a short distance away, watching. Usopp couldn't take it. Luffy, we have to do something. She's hurting herself. Wait, Luffy said, his voice quiet but firm. He wasn't being cruel. He was waiting. He knew she had to hit the absolute bottom. She had to let go of the burden she had carried alone for 8 long years. She had to ask. Nami's frantic stabbing finally stopped. She was sobbing, a broken, hopeless sound. She looked up, her vision blurred by tears, and saw him. Standing there. The stupid, simple boy in the straw hat who had barged into her life and turned it upside down. The boy who had called her his navigator. She looked at him, her last, tiny flicker of hope reaching out. Luffy, she choked out, her voice barely a whisper. She raised her head, her face a mess of tears and dirt. Help me. That was it. Those were the words. Luffy didn't hesitate. He started walking towards her. He took off his straw hat, his most precious treasure, the one he never let anyone touch, and he placed it gently on her head. The gesture was a silent promise. An oath. He took a deep breath, and he roared. It wasn't a word. It was a sound of pure, concentrated rage that shook the very foundations of the village. He turned to the rest of his crew, who were standing ready, their own faces set in grim determination. Let's go. As they began their march, the villagers tried to stop them. They brought out weapons, pitchforks, rusty swords, clubs. They were going to fight Arlong themselves. They were going to die for their island. Stay out of this. Genzo yelled at Luffy. This is our fight. We won't let you outsiders throw your lives away. Luffy didn't even slow down. He just walked right past them. Get out of the way. The force of his will alone was enough to make the villagers stumble back. This wasn't a reckless boy going to his death. This was a force of nature on a collision course. The walk to Arlong Park was silent. The 5 of them, Luffy, Hancock, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, moved as one. They weren't a crew of rookies anymore. They were an execution squad. Nami's quiet, desperate plea echoed in their minds. It had solidified them. It had turned them from a group of adventurers into a family. And someone had just declared war on their family. They reached the gates of Arlong Park. The 2 fishman guards at the front laughed at the sight of them. Look what we have here. Some human bugs have come to be squashed. Zoro just pushed the massive stone gates open with one hand, sending the guards flying. The gates crashed inward, revealing the scene within. Arlong was sitting on his throne, surrounded by his top officers, Hatchan the octopus swordsman, Kurubi the fishman karate master, and Chu of the water gun. The rest of his crew, dozens of powerful fishmen, were lounging around, laughing and drinking. The laughter died as they saw the intruders. So, the garbage has come to be taken out, Arlong sneered, not even bothering to get up. What can 5 pathetic little humans do against us, the mighty fishmen? Luffy stepped forward into the center of the courtyard. He looked around, his eyes taking in every single fishman present. He saw their cruelty, their arrogance, their absolute belief in their own superiority. He remembered the feel of Belmir's blood on the ground, the sound of Nami's screams. He took a deep breath. He didn't shout. He didn't make a sound. He just released his will. It wasn't a wave. It wasn't a pulse. It was an explosion of pure, unadulterated sovereign power. The full, unrestrained conqueror's haki of the Pirate King. To the villagers and Nami, who had followed and were watching from the broken gate, it felt like the world had tilted on its axis. A pressure, so immense it felt like the ocean itself was crashing down on them, slammed into their senses. It was terror, it was awe, it was the feeling of being in the presence of something utterly, divinely, powerful. It stole the air from their lungs and made their bones ache. To Zoro, Sanji, and Hancock, it was familiar, but the scale of it was staggering. They felt the pressure, a king's command to the world itself, and braced against it. Usopp fell to one knee, his teeth chattering, sweat pouring down his face. This was what their captain truly was. Not a rubber boy. Not a goofy adventurer. A conqueror. To the fishmen, it was the apocalypse. One moment they were laughing, the next, their primitive, instinct-driven minds were shattered by a will so powerful it simply erased their consciousness. Their eyes, one by one, rolled back into their heads. Foam bubbled from their mouths. They dropped where they stood, crashing to the ground like puppets with their strings cut. Hatchan, Kurubi, Chu, every single grunt, every last one of them went down without a sound. In the space of a single heartbeat, the courtyard of Arlong Park, once filled with the boisterous sounds of a pirate army, fell completely and utterly silent. The only sound was the gentle lapping of the water in the surrounding pools. Only one was left standing. Arlong. He was on his feet now, his body trembling uncontrollably. His powerful fishman physiology, his own strong will, had allowed him to remain conscious, but just barely. He stared at the sea of his unconscious crewmates, his mind unable to comprehend what had just happened. It was magic. It was a curse. What was this power? He looked at the boy in the straw hat, who now seemed to be the center of the entire world. The boy hadn't moved a muscle. Luffy finally spoke, his voice calm, but echoing with a terrifying finality in the sudden silence. "You made my navigator cry." Arlong's fear was instantly replaced by a surge of furious pride. You bastard. Do you know who I am? I am Arlong. I will tear you apart with my bare hands. He shot forward, a blue-skinned blur of muscle and rage. He was 10 times stronger than a normal human, his movements faster than a normal eye could track. He threw a punch aimed at Luffy's head, a blow that could shatter solid rock. Luffy didn't move. He just raised his hand and caught the massive, webbed fist. Arlong's eyes widened in shock. It was like punching a wall of sea stone. All his momentum, all his prodigious strength, just vanished. "You're weak," Luffy said, his voice flat. He tightened his grip, and Arlong screamed as he felt the bones in his hand crack and splinter. Luffy's other fist, coated in a shimmering, invisible layer of armament haki, drew back. He didn't bother with a named attack. It wasn't necessary. He just punched. The blow connected with Arlong's chest. It wasn't just a punch. It was an impact that carried the weight of a king's fury. The sound was like a cannon shot. Arlong's eyes bulged, a strangled cry dying in his throat. He was lifted off his feet and shot backward like a missile. He crashed through his throne. He crashed through the back wall of Arlong Park's main building. He continued flying, a blur of blue and red, across the entire island, finally smashing into a small mountain on the far side with a distant crump that sent a shower of rock and dust into the air. Silence returned. Luffy lowered his fist, a thin wisp of steam rising from his knuckles. He looked at the massive, oblong-shaped hole that now ran through the entire structure. It was over. He turned around. The faces of the villagers, Genzo, Nojiko, everyone, were pale with shock. They weren't cheering. They weren't celebrating. They were staring at him, at his crew, with a deep, primal fear. Their monster had been defeated, yes. But he had been replaced by something infinitely more powerful. Something they couldn't possibly understand. They had prayed for heroes and had been answered by a god of wrath. Luffy looked at Nami. She was standing there, Luffy's hat still on her head, her face streaked with tears, her expression a mixture of profound relief and utter terror. Her cage was broken, but the sheer, world-breaking power that had done it was now standing right in front of her. She was free, but she was terrified of her liberator. He saw the fear in her eyes, in everyone's eyes, and for a moment, the Pirate King was at a loss. He knew how to fight. He knew how to win. He didn't know how to fix this. It was Hancock who moved. She walked forward, her steps graceful and silent. She passed the unconscious bodies of the fishmen without a glance. She walked past her husband, giving his arm a reassuring squeeze as she went. Her regal, intimidating aura had softened, replaced by a quiet, powerful empathy. She stopped in front of the trembling Nami. "He is gone," Hancock said, her voice soft. "You are free." Nami just shook her head, unable to speak, her eyes wide with fear and awe. She looked from Luffy to the devastation and back again. Hancock understood. It wasn't enough to break the cage, you had to heal the wounds the bars had left behind. She reached up and untied the back of her own dress, pulling it down slightly off her shoulder. There, seared into her pale skin, was a brand. The hoof of the soaring dragon. The mark of the celestial dragons. The mark of a slave. Nami gasped. The villagers who could see it recoiled in shock. That mark was the ultimate taboo, a symbol of the untouchable gods of the world. "This was my mark," Hancock said, her voice steady, though her eyes held a universe of old pain. "It was burned into my back when I was a child. It meant I was not a person. I was property. I was owned by monsters who believed themselves to be gods. They were far worse than him." She gestured vaguely in the direction Luffy had punched Arlong. "When I finally escaped, I thought I was free. But I wasn't. The brand was still there. The fear was still there. I hid it from the world. I built walls around my heart, became an empress, and looked down on everyone so no one could ever look down on me again. I was convinced that love was weakness, that trust was a fool's game. I was still a slave to my past." She looked at Nami, her violet eyes locking with Nami's brown ones. "That tattoo on your arm, it is your brand. Arlong owned you. He made you believe you had no choice. He made you a prisoner of hope, which is the cruelest kind of prison." Hancock let her dress fall back into place, covering the mark. "Luffy, he doesn't just break cages. He breaks the chains on your heart. He doesn't see the brand. He doesn't see the slave or the tool. He only sees you. His navigator. His friend. His family." She reached out and gently took Nami's hand, the one that wasn't holding the bloody knife. "The fear you feel now, seeing his power, it is normal. But you must understand. That power will never, ever be used against you. It is for you. It will always be for you. It is your shield. It is your freedom." The dam inside Nami finally broke. All the years of pain, of solitude, of carrying a burden too heavy for any child to bear, came pouring out. She let out a raw, cathartic wail and collapsed into Hancock's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Hancock held her, stroking her hair, offering a comfort that was born from a shared, terrible understanding. The pirate empress, who despised weakness and physical contact from others, was holding a crying girl in a dirt field, and it was the most natural thing in the world. A bond was being forged in that moment, not of a captain and crewmate, or a queen and a commoner, but of two sisters who had both survived being owned by monsters. Watching this, the villagers finally understood. The fear in their eyes began to fade, replaced by a dawning comprehension. These weren't gods of wrath. They were people. Frighteningly powerful people, yes, but people who fought for their own. Who bled for their own. Who offered comfort to their own. Genzo walked forward, a slow, watery smile spreading across his face. Nojiko was crying, tears of relief this time. A small child took a hesitant step forward, then another. And then, one person started to clap. Then another. And another. Soon, the entire village of Kokoyashi was erupting in a wave of cheers, a celebration 8 years in the making. Later that night, the village threw the biggest party in its history. Luffy, of course, was at the center of the feast, eating enough food for 50 men. Sanji had taken over the kitchens, preparing a banquet with the Barides flair. Zoro was in a drinking contest with Genzo and the other men, and surprisingly, holding his own. Usopp was entertaining the village children with wildly exaggerated tales of their adventures, with him as the hero of every single one. In a quiet tent, a doctor was tending to Nami's arm. The wound was clean, but the tattoo was a mangled mess. "I can't fix this," the doctor said grimly. "It will scar like this forever." "It's okay," Nami said, a serene smile on her face. "I don't want it fixed. I want it covered." She showed him a drawing. A pinwheel, to honor Genzo. And a tangerine, to honor Belmir. A new symbol. Not of servitude, but of love and freedom. As the doctor worked, Nojiko sat beside her. "You're really going with them, aren't you?" Nami looked out of the tent flap at the chaotic, joyous party. She saw Luffy laughing with a mouth full of meat, Zoro arguing with Sanji, Usopp juggling tangerines, and Hancock watching over them all with a soft, protective gaze. "Yeah," Nami said, her voice filled with a certainty she hadn't felt in her entire life. "They're my crew. They're my family." Far out at sea, the cipher pole agent in the white mask watched the distant glow of the party through his telescope. The readings from his instruments were nonsensical. A massive, instantaneous energy spike consistent with a buster call, but with no accompanying destruction. A seismic event on the far side of the island. And the complete, utter silence of every den mushi associated with the Arlong pirates. He wrote his report in a small, coded logbook. Target, Straw Hat Luffy. Location, Gosa Islands. Action, eradicated Arlong pirate crew. Method, unknown. High probability theory, mass-scale Haoshiku hockey event. Single-handedly incapacitated an army of fishmen. Primary target, Arlong, neutralized with one physical strike resulting in ballistic trajectory over approximately 1.5 kilometers. Power output exceeds all known parameters for an East Blue rookie. Exceeds parameters for most vice admirals. The anomaly is growing at an exponential rate. Re-evaluation is no longer sufficient. This is not a pirate crew. It is a paradigm shift. Requesting immediate reclassification and direct advisement from the 5 elders. He closed the book, his faceless mask betraying no emotion. He had been sent to observe a disruption. What he had found was a revolution in the form of a boy in a straw hat. The world's carefully maintained balance was not just being shaken. It was being shattered. The next morning, the Going Merry was ready to depart. The entire village had come to see them off. They were loaded with supplies, and Nami's pockets were heavy with a parting gift from the villagers that was suspiciously close to the amount she had paid Arlong over the years. She stood at the helm, a new tattoo on her arm, a real, happy smile on her face. As they pulled away from the shore, she turned back to her village. "Thank you for everything," they all screamed, waving frantically. Nami just grinned and waved back. Then she turned to her captain. All right, Luffy. The Grand Line is waiting. I'll get us there. What's our next stop? Luffy beamed, planting his fists on his hips. Logue Town. The town of the beginning and the end. Let's go see where the old pirate king died. With their navigator finally, truly, one of them, the Straw Hat Pirates sailed on, leaving a liberated island and a legend in their wake. They were 5 now. A family forged in the fires of each other's pasts, ready to take on the world. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, a different kind of storm in Logue Town. The Going Merry cut through the waves like a happy dream. The air was thick with the smell of salt, Sanji's cooking, and a newfound sense of peace. The dark cloud that had hovered over Nami, and by extension the entire crew, had been obliterated. In its place was a bright, brilliant sunshine that seemed to radiate from the navigator herself. She stood at the helm, a genuine, easy smile on her face as she shouted orders, her voice clear and confident. She wore a new outfit, some clothes she'd bought in Kokoyashi, and she looked like a different person. She looked free. Usopp, you lazy bum, tighten that jib sheet. We're not on a pleasure cruise, she yelled, but there was no bite to it, only playful energy. Aye aye, Captain Nami. Usopp called back from the mast, where he was supposedly keeping watch but was mostly just lounging. But you should have seen it. I had Arlong right where I wanted him. I said, listen here, fish face, you've messed with the great Captain Usopp for the last time, and he was trembling. He begged me for mercy. Sanji emerged from the galley, a tray of colorful, chilled drinks in his hand. He glided over to the helm, his body wiggling in that ridiculous way of his. My dearest Nami Swan. A refreshing tangerine spritzer to celebrate your radiant beauty. I made it with my love. Oh, thank you, Sanji-kun. Nami said, taking the drink with a laugh. The casual affection was new, and it sent Sanji into a fresh spiral of heart-eyed ecstasy. Zoro, who was attempting to lift a ridiculously oversized weight on the main deck, grunted. Shut up, love cook. Your swooning is distracting me from my training. What was that, you damn Marimo? Sanji shot back, his demeanor flipping instantly. Jealous you can't appreciate the divine artistry of a beautiful woman? You probably think a rusty sword is a good-looking date. Better than a talking noodle with a dartboard for an eyebrow, Zoro retorted, not missing a beat. Their bickering was already becoming a familiar, almost comforting, background noise. It was the sound of a normal crew. Luffy sat on his special seat, the sheep figurehead at the prow of the ship, just listening to it all. He had a massive, contented grin on his face. This was it. This was the sound he had missed for so long. The sound of his family, whole and happy. Hancock came to stand beside the mast, leaning against it gracefully as she watched him. She didn't need to say anything. He could feel her calm, happy presence washing over him. Their journey was different, accelerated, brutally efficient in a way, but this part, this feeling of camaraderie, of a new adventure beginning with the right people, this was just as he remembered. Better, even. Because this time, there were no dark clouds on the horizon for any of them. He had dealt with Morgan, Kuro, Krieg, and Arlong. The ghosts of his friends' pasts had been exorcised before they could even fester. They are a loud, chaotic bunch, Hancock commented, her voice carrying easily over the wind and the bickering. Shishishi. They're the best, Luffy replied, patting the figurehead's woolly head. He looked back at her, his grin softening. Thanks, you know. For what you did for Nami. It was nothing, Hancock said, a faint blush on her cheeks. She was still not entirely used to his earnest praise. Her pain was familiar. I am glad she is no longer carrying it alone. It is good to see her smile. Luffy nodded. He looked out at the endless blue ahead. His observation haki was a constant, sweeping presence, a net cast for miles around them. He could feel the weather patterns shifting, the deep-sea currents, the distant pods of dolphins. And ahead, just on the edge of his perception, he could feel the energy of a massive island. A place teeming with life, with history, with a certain kind of static electricity that clung to its shores. "We're getting close," he announced, his voice cutting through the crew's antics. "Logue Town is just ahead." The name had an immediate effect. Usopp scrambled down from the mast, his eyes wide. "Logue Town? You mean, the place where Gold Roger was born, and executed?" "The town of the beginning and the end," Nami breathed, her navigator's soul tingling with the history of the place. "The last stop in the East Blue before the Grand Line. They say the spirit of the last pirate king still hangs over that town." "I want to see it," Luffy said, his voice filled with a simple, profound reverence. "The place where it all started." He wasn't talking about Roger. He was talking about the great pirate era, the dream that had defined his entire life, both of them. "I need new swords," Zoro said, dropping his weight with a loud thud that made the deck groan. "The two I got from that marine base are cheap junk. They chipped during my warm-ups. And I must procure some spices that can only be found in a major port city," Sanji declared, a fire in his eye. "My Nami Swan and Hancock Swan deserve only the finest flavors." "All right, settle down," Nami said, clapping her hands together, taking charge. "We'll dock, resupply, and everyone can do their own thing. But we meet back here in 3 hours. Logue Town is crawling with Marines, and it's home to a captain who's supposed to be a real monster. A guy named Smoker. We don't want to attract any attention." Luffy just grinned. Attracting attention was his specialty. Logue Town was electric. The streets were packed, a bustling hub of sailors, merchants, bounty hunters, and pirates all preparing for the Grand Line or running from it. The air buzzed with 1,000 conversations, the smell of street food, and the salty tang of the sea. But underneath it all was a palpable tension. Stern-faced Marines patrolled every corner, their eyes sharp, their hands never far from their weapons. The town was an open cage, and everyone knew who the zookeeper was. As soon as they docked, the crew split. "Okay, 3 hours. Don't be late," Nami called out, before immediately getting dragged off by Sanji, who insisted on carrying all her shopping bags. Usopp, his eyes wide at the array of shops selling everything from compasses to cannons, scurried off on his own mission for essential sniping supplies. That left Luffy, Hancock, and Zoro. "I'm going to find a weapon shop," Zoro announced, his hand resting on the hilt of his one good sword, Wado Ikamanji. "We'll come with you," Luffy said. "I'm kinda hungry anyway. We can find a food stall on the way." Hancock wrinkled her nose at the thought of street food but said nothing. If her husband wished to eat the greasy concoctions of commoners, she would stand by and ensure no one dared to give him a piece that was inadequately cooked. They found a small, dusty weapon shop on a side street. As they entered, a short man with glasses, Ipponmatsu, looked up from behind the counter, his expression immediately souring at the sight of Zoro's 3 swords. "Just so you know, I don't buy swords from pirates or sell to them," he grumbled. "So if you're looking to pawn some stolen goods, you can just leave." Zoro ignored him, his eyes scanning the racks of katanas. "I'm not selling. I'm buying. I need 2. His gaze fell upon a barrel of cheap, 50,000 berry swords. He picked one up, gave it a test swing. It felt dead in his hands. "Humph. All you could afford anyway, I'd wager," Ipponmatsu muttered. It was then that a young woman in a marine uniform, with dark hair and thick glasses, entered the shop. She tripped over her own feet, sending a stack of sword boxes tumbling. Tashigi. Zoro's future rival, and a dead ringer for his childhood friend, Kuina. Zoro froze, staring at her. Luffy saw the flicker of recognition and pain in his swordsman's eye and decided to speed things along. Tashigi, oblivious, began to lecture Zoro about the famous sword she recognized, her sword nerd enthusiasm taking over. Her eyes landed on Wado Ikemonji. That's one of the 21 great grade swords. Wado Ikemonji. Why does a man like you have such a fine blade? Their argument began, the same one Luffy remembered. While they were distracted, Luffy's eyes scanned the shop. He knew what they were really here for. His gaze settled on a beautiful, dark-hued katana in the corner, radiating a sinister aura that would make a normal person's skin crawl. The Sandai Kitetsu. The cursed blade. Hey, old man, Luffy said to Ipponmatsu, pointing. What's the deal with that one? Ipponmatsu paled. That one's not for sale. It's cursed. Every swordsman who has ever owned a Kitetsu blade has met a tragic end. I'm trying to get rid of it. Zoro and Tashigi stopped arguing, their attention drawn to the sword. Zoro walked over, his eyes narrowing. He could feel it. The bloodlust. The raw, untamed power emanating from the blade. It was beautiful. I'll take it, Zoro said, his voice firm. No. I won't sell it. Your death won't be on my conscience. Ipponmatsu protested. Zoro just smirked. He unsheathed the blade, its wicked edge gleaming in the dusty light. We'll see about that. He then did something that made Ipponmatsu and Tashigi gasp. He threw the sword into the air, a perfect, deadly spin, and held out his arm, ready for it to come down and sever the limb completely. If it's cursed, it will take my arm. If I am stronger than its curse, it will avoid me. Luffy just crossed his arms and grinned. Hancock watched with a detached curiosity. She could feel the malevolent spirit in the sword, but she could also feel the indomitable will of the man testing it. It was a contest of hockey, in a way. The blade spun, whistling through the air. It came down, a blur of motion aimed right at Zoro's outstretched arm. And at the last possible second, the flat of the blade twisted, the cutting edge missing his arm by a hair's breadth as the sword plunged into the wooden floorboards, vibrating with a low hum. Zoro hadn't flinched. He hadn't even blinked. Ipponmatsu's jaw was on the floor. Tashigi stared, completely stunned by the man's insane bravado. Heh. I like it, Zoro said, pulling the sword from the floor. I'll take this one. Ipponmatsu, in a fit of awe and terror, not only gave him the Sandai Kitetsu for free, but also ran into the back and brought out his family's greatest treasure, Yubashiri, one of the 50 skillful grade swords. He pressed it into Zoro's hands, declaring that it was better for a true swordsman to wield it than for it to collect dust in his shop. Zoro walked out with 2 new legendary swords, a bewildered marine swordmaster staring after him. Okay, that's done, Luffy said cheerfully. Now, for the main event. He led them through the crowded streets, his steps sure and full of purpose. He walked until they reached the center of town, a massive, open square. And in the middle of it, stark and imposing, was the execution platform. A wooden structure, weathered by time and memory, where the king of the pirates had met his end. Luffy's grin faded, replaced by a look of solemnity. He walked up the steps, Hancock following him, her presence a silent, supportive shadow. Zoro stood guard at the bottom, his new swords at his hip, his arms crossed. Luffy walked to the very spot where Roger had knelt. He could almost feel the echoes of the past. The roar of the crowd. The glint of the executioner's blades. The weight of a single, world-changing question. He turned and looked out over the square, seeing it not as it was, but as it had been on that day. And as it would be in his own future, when he stood on top of the world. This view is amazing, he said, his voice quiet. He plopped down and crossed his legs, just taking it all in. Hancock stood behind him, her hand resting on his shoulder. She didn't understand the significance of this place in the same way he did, but she understood him. She felt the gravity of the moment, the convergence of his past, his present, and his preordained future. Down below, the crowd began to murmur. A kid in a straw hat was sitting on the sacred execution platform. It was disrespectful. It was audacious. A group of Marines started to move in, but Zoro just gave them a look so menacing that they decided it was a problem for a higher authority. That higher authority arrived shortly after. A plume of white smoke billowed through the square, coalescing into the form of a tall, white-haired man with 2 cigars jutting from his mouth and a massive, jutty-tipped weapon on his back. Captain Smoker. His eyes, hard and unforgiving, locked onto Luffy. "Get down from there, brat. That platform isn't a tourist attraction." Luffy just looked down at him and grinned. "Nope. It's the starting line." Before Smoker could react, chaos erupted. A cannonball screamed through the air, crashing into the platform, sending splinters flying. Luffy and Hancock jumped down easily, landing on their feet. "Straw Hat Luffy," a familiar, nasal voice shrieked. Buggy the Clown, his face painted and his body reassembled, stood on a nearby rooftop, flanked by his crew and a large, iron mace-wielding woman. "Alvida. I've come for my revenge." A storm was brewing overhead. The sky, which had been clear moments before, was now a roiling mass of dark, angry clouds. The wind picked up, whipping through the square. "This weather is not normal," Hancock noted, her haki sensing a powerful, external will influencing the atmosphere. A will that was not hers or Luffy's. Luffy's eyes scanned the crowd. He felt it too. A familiar presence. Dragon. The Buggy and Alvida alliance charged. The square erupted into a brawl. Marines fought pirates, pirates fought other pirates. Zoro engaged Tashigi, who was shocked to see him again so soon. Sanji, who had just arrived with Nami and Usopp, immediately engaged the pirates threatening the women. In the confusion, Buggy managed to get the drop on Luffy. Using his chop-chop powers, he caught Luffy's head and neck in a pair of wooden stocks and dragged him back up onto the platform. "It's over, Straw Hat." Buggy cackled, raising a long, sharp sword. "You die in the same place as Roger. Any last words?" The crew fought frantically to get to him. Sanji kicked his way through a dozen of Buggy's men. Zoro was locked in a fierce battle with a determined Tashigi. Smoker watched, his arms crossed. He would let the pirate kill the other pirate. It would save him the paperwork. Luffy, locked in the stocks, the blade poised over his neck, looked out at his crew. He saw their panic, their desperation. He looked out at the sea. He felt the wind on his face. He remembered this moment. The last time, he had been ready to die. He had accepted his fate, believing his adventure was over. This time was different. He wasn't trapped. The wooden stocks might as well have been made of paper. A flicker of haki would shatter them. He was letting this happen. He wanted to see. He wanted to feel this moment again, but from the other side. Not as a boy who had stumbled into his destiny, but as a king who was claiming it. He took a deep breath. He looked up at the stormy sky. And he smiled. It was the widest, most joyful, most utterly fearless smile the world had ever seen. It was a smile that held no fear of death, no regrets, only the pure, unadulterated joy of a man living his dream to the fullest. "I'm the man who will be king of the pirates," he yelled, his voice not a cry of defiance, but a simple, happy declaration of truth. In the crowd, a tall man in a green cloak, his face hidden by a hood and marked by a strange tattoo, watched the scene unfold. Monkey D. Dragon. He had come to see his son, the boy he had left behind. He had felt the disturbance in the East Blue, the impossible rumors. He had expected to see potential. Raw, untamed talent. He did not expect this. He felt the power radiating from the boy on the platform. It was not potential. It was absolute. A will so powerful, so perfected, that it made the very world bend around it. The storm overhead wasn't just a storm. It was a reaction. The atmosphere itself was shuddering in the presence of such a colossal haki. When Luffy smiled, Dragon felt it like a physical blow. That was not the smile of a lucky rookie facing death. That was the smile of a conqueror looking at a minor inconvenience. It was the smile of a man who had already won. How? Dragon thought, his mind, one of the most brilliant in the world, completely unable to process what he was seeing. How is this possible? Buggy brought the sword down. Die. Crack boom. A massive, brilliant bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. It did not strike randomly. It struck the metal tip of the executioner's sword, traveled down Buggy's body, and then arced directly into the lightning rod atop the platform. The entire structure was engulfed in a flash of white light and exploded into a shower of burning splinters. Buggy was left a smoking, charred husk. Luffy was completely unharmed, the stalks blasted to pieces. He stood up, dusted himself off, and stretched. Shishishi. I'm alive, he laughed. The entire square was silent, staring in awe and terror. They had just witnessed a miracle. A divine intervention. Dragon faded back into the crowd, his mind reeling. He hadn't done that. He had influenced the wind, yes, but that lightning bolt, it was as if the sky itself had chosen to save his son. Or, more accurately, as if his son's destiny was so powerful that the world itself would not allow him to die here. This changed everything. Luffy hopped down from the wreckage, where his crew was now gathering, their faces a mixture of relief and utter shock. You have got to be the luckiest bastard on the planet, Sanji breathed, lighting a shaky cigarette. That was a little too close, Luffy. Usopp wailed, clinging to Zoro's leg. Nope. It was perfect. Luffy said with a grin. He then turned his attention to the man who was now blocking their path to the port. Smoker stood there, his 2 cigars smoldering, his face grim. The miracle had not swayed him. It had only hardened his resolve. The heavens may be on your side, Straw Hat, he growled, his upper body dissolving into thick, white smoke. But I am not. He shot forward, a fist made of dense smoke aimed at Luffy's face. You're not leaving this town. In the original timeline, Dragon had intervened, stopping Smoker and allowing them to escape. This time, Dragon was gone, still processing his shock. This time, there was no one to save them. Not that they needed it. Luffy watched the smoke fist approach. Hey, Hancock, he said casually, not taking his eyes off Smoker. Take care of the small fry for me. With pleasure, my love, Hancock replied. She stepped forward, a cold, imperious look on her face as the rest of the Marines began to surround them. You are all insects, daring to stand in the path of my king. Perfume femur. She launched into a graceful handstand, spinning, her long legs scything through the air. Waves of heart-shaped energy washed over the Marines, turning the entire platoon into a collection of stone statues. Smoker's attack was almost upon Luffy. He was intangible. Nothing could touch him. He was the ultimate defense and a formidable offense. He was about to grab the rookie and end his pirate career before it even began. Luffy didn't dodge. He didn't stretch. He just took one step forward, into the path of the attack. You're made of smoke, right? Luffy asked, his voice calm. He drew back his right fist. It looked like a normal punch. But to the haki-sensitive eyes of Hancock, she could see the invisible, shimmering armor of Busashoku haki coating his knuckles. I can hit smoke, Luffy said. And he punched. Wham! The sound was not the whisper of a fist passing through smoke. It was the solid, meaty, sickening crunch of knuckles hitting a jaw. Smoker's eyes went wide with sheer, world-breaking disbelief. He had been hit. It was impossible. He was a Logia. Nothing could touch him. The force of the blow was immense. Smoker was sent flying backward, no longer smoke but a solid man, tumbling end over end. He crashed through the wall of a nearby building, disappearing in a shower of brick and plaster. The square, which had been buzzing with the shock of the lightning strike, fell into a new, deeper silence. The remaining Marines, the pirates, the townspeople, everyone stared at the hole in the wall, and then at the boy in the straw hat who was casually shaking out his hand. Tashigi, who had been frozen in place, finally broke the silence. "Captain Smoker," she screamed, running towards the building. "Whoa," Nami breathed, her eyes wide. "What was that? How did you hit him?" "It's a secret," Luffy said with a wink. "Come on. Let's get to the ship before more of them show up." They turned and ran, a unified team now, sprinting towards the port through the panicked, scattering crowds. The storm dragon had called was now in full force, the rain coming down in thick, heavy sheets, providing perfect cover for their escape. As they rounded a corner into a narrow alleyway, Luffy and Hancock both stopped dead. Their heads snapped to the side, their expressions instantly hardening. Their observation hockey, a constant, vigilant presence, had just screamed a warning. Something was wrong. Something was there. "Usopp, watch out!" Luffy yelled. Usopp, who was running just ahead of him, yelped in confusion. He looked around, but saw nothing. Then, a flicker. A distortion in the rain-slicked shadows on the wall beside him. A patch of darkness that was darker than the rest. A hand, clad in a black glove, emerged from the shadow. It moved with an unnatural silence and speed, holding a small, metallic object that glinted in the dim light. It wasn't aiming to harm Usopp, but to attach something to his bag. It never got the chance. Luffy's arm, already stretching, shot out like a rubber whip. Gomu Gomu no pistol. At the exact same instant, Hancock had her hand raised, a pink, heart-shaped aura glowing at her fingertips. Slave arrow. Luffy's fist was aimed at the hand. Hancock's arrow was aimed at the shadow itself. The response from the shadow was instantaneous and deeply unsettling. The hand did not retreat. It dissolved. The entire shadowy form seemed to ripple, like a stone dropped in a pond of black water. Luffy's fist passed right through the space where the hand had been, hitting the brick wall behind it with a loud crack. Hancock's arrow of light struck the shadow, but instead of petrifying it, it seemed to be absorbed, vanishing with a faint hiss. The figure, for a split second, became solid. A person in a tight-fitting black suit, their face concealed by a blank, white mask. They were crouched in a posture of impossible agility. They looked directly at Luffy and Hancock, and through the mask, they could both feel a gaze that was cold, analytical, and completely devoid of emotion. Then, the figure just melted. They didn't run. They didn't jump. They flowed backward into the alley wall, becoming one with the shadow, and were gone. The entire exchange had taken less than 2 seconds. The crew skidded to a halt, staring at the empty alley. What was that? Usopp stammered, his heart hammering against his ribs. Did you guys see that? It came out of the wall. Zoro and Sanji had their hands on their weapons, their faces grim, scanning the rooftops. I felt something, Zoro growled. But it was gone before I could even pinpoint it. Luffy and Hancock exchanged a look. A look of cold, hard understanding. This wasn't a marine. This wasn't a pirate. This was something else entirely. Something quiet, subtle, and incredibly dangerous. It was a shadow man, Luffy said, his voice losing all of its usual cheer. He was fast. And my power had no effect, Hancock added, her eyes narrowed. He is not normal. His abilities are strange. Was he trying to attack me? Usopp asked, trembling. No, Luffy said, his eyes still scanning the shadows. He was trying to plant something on you. A bug, probably. For tracking. He turned to the others, his face serious. We're being followed. By someone we don't know. The implication hung heavy in the rainy air. Their impossible power, their ability to reshape the events of the East Blue, had not gone unnoticed. They had been so focused on correcting the past that they had forgotten that their actions would create new, unforeseen consequences in the present. They had a new enemy. A ghost they couldn't see or identify, but who was clearly already on their trail. "We can worry about it later," Nami said, her voice steady, pulling them back to the present. "Right now, we need to get out of this town before the rest of the Navy shows up." She was right. They broke into a run again, reaching the docks and piling onto the Going Merry. With Usopp frantically hoisting the sails and Nami at the helm, they pulled away from the port, disappearing into the raging storm. Back in the ruined town square, Smoker pulled himself from the rubble, his body aching in places he didn't know could ache. Tashigi helped him up. He looked at the stone statues of his men, then at the stormy sea where the straw hats had vanished. He had been a marine in Logetown for years. He had captured countless pirates. No one had ever escaped him. No one had ever touched him. "Tashigi," he growled, his voice a low rumble of pure, humiliated fury. "Prepare the ship. We're going after them. Into the Grand Line." He wasn't just following orders anymore. This was personal. That boy had broken the laws of the world right in front of him. Smoker was going to find out how, and then he was going to make him pay. Aboard the Mary, the storm raged around them, but Nami navigated it with a master's skill. The crew stood on the deck, looking back at the island fading behind them. Their time in the East Blue was over. They had gathered their first 5 members, righted the wrongs of their pasts, and left a trail of shattered legends and impossible feats in their wake. Luffy stood at the prow, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead. He looked at Hancock, who stood beside him, her own expression thoughtful and grim. The fun and games were over. The shadow in the alley was proof of that. A new player was on the board, one that wasn't on the map of their memories. But Luffy wasn't scared. He wasn't even worried. A huge, excited grin split his face. "All right," he yelled over the roar of the wind and rain, his voice filled with an infectious, unstoppable joy. "Nami. Set a course for Reverse Mountain." He turned to his crew, his eyes blazing with the fire of adventure. Next stop, the Grand Line. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Alabasta Gambit. The Grand Line greeted them with a scream. A colossal island-eating sea monster, the kind that would have been the stuff of terrifying legends in the East Blue, rose from the depths, its shadow falling over the Going Merry like an eclipse. Usopp shrieked, a sound so high-pitched only bats could truly appreciate it, and immediately scrambled up the mast, fumbling for his slingshot with trembling hands. Nami gripped the helm, her face pale but her expression determined. Sanji dropped the tray of appetizers he was bringing out, striking a fighting pose. Zoro, who had been napping against the railing, had 3 swords drawn before he was even fully awake, a feral grin on his face. Luffy just laughed. "Shishishi. Look at that big guy. I'm starving." Hancock placed a gentle hand on his arm. "My love, I do not believe he is edible." "Everything's edible if you're brave enough," Luffy retorted cheerfully. He took a deep breath, puffed out his chest, and without even bothering with a named attack, he let a focused, piercing beam of Conqueror's Haki shoot out across the water. It wasn't a wave meant to knock anything out. It was a command. A king's whisper directly into the monster's primitive brain. "Go away." The island eater, which had been poised to swallow them whole, froze. Its massive, plate-sized eyes widened in a look of pure, instinctual terror. It had just been about to eat a small, tasty-looking morsel and had instead found itself staring into the metaphysical eyes of a leviathan that could unmake its entire existence with a thought. It let out a pathetic, terrified gurgle, a sound completely incongruous with its immense size, and plunged back beneath the waves with such speed that it created a whirlpool in its wake. The crew just stared at the churning water, then back at their captain, who was already picking his nose as if nothing had happened. "Okay," Nami said, letting out a shaky breath. "So, the Grand Line is going to be like this, huh?" That was nothing," Zoro said, his voice low with a strange mix of awe and frustration. He sheathed his swords. He had been ready for a fight, a true test of his new blades against a Grand Line beast, and his captain had ended it with a look. He was beginning to understand the sheer, impossible gulf in power between them. It wasn't just a gap. It was a chasm. "My captain is the greatest, of course," Sanji declared, his initial shock quickly replaced by starry-eyed admiration, before he went back to cursing about the wasted appetizers. Usopp slid down the mast, his legs like jelly. I totally had him. My new, exploding star of certain doom was locked and loaded," he said, his voice trembling. Luffy just grinned at them all. "The Grand Line is fun. Weird weather, giant monsters, crazy islands. You guys are gonna love it." His enthusiasm was infectious, but under the surface, a new tension had settled among them since Logue Town. The encounter with the Shadow Agent had changed things. They were being watched. Luffy and Hancock knew it with certainty. Their observation haki was a constant, low-level shield now, always scanning for that cold, empty presence. They hadn't felt it again, not yet, but the knowledge that it was out there, a ghost on their tail, added a sharp edge to their journey. They weren't just reliving an adventure. They were racing against a new, unknown clock. Their first stop, as dictated by the log pose Nami had acquired, was a cactus-shaped island. Whiskey Peak. "Looks lively," Zoro grunted as they approached the shore in the dead of night. The town was lit up, music and laughter echoing across the water. It seemed to be a town of perpetual celebration. "It's a town of bounty hunters," Luffy said casually, hopping onto the railing. "They pretend to welcome pirates, then they get drunk and capture them for their bounties. The whole place is a front for a secret organization called Baroque Works." The crew, who were preparing for a friendly shore leave, froze. "Wait, what?" Usopp yelped. "Bounty hunters? A secret organization? How do you know that?" "I know lots of things," Luffy said with a shrug. He looked at Nami. "Their boss is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. A guy who can turn into sand. He's the one causing all the trouble in a kingdom called Alabasta." Nami's eyes widened. Alabasta was a major kingdom on the Grand Line, famous and powerful. A warlord is behind a conspiracy in Alabasta. That's a huge deal. How could you possibly know that?" Luffy just pointed to his head. "Good instincts." Hancock stepped forward, her expression regal and serious. "What my husband says is true. We are not here for a party. We are here to retrieve a princess." If the crew had been frozen before, they were now statues. A princess?" Usopp and Sanji screeched in unison. "Yep." Luffy confirmed. "She's undercover here with her guardian. They're trying to figure out who's behind the civil war in her country. They don't know it's the warlord yet. We're going to skip that part and just tell them." He cracked his knuckles. "So here's the plan. We go in, they try to welcome us. We find the princess, and then we break this whole island. Simple." There was no room for argument. The sheer, insane confidence with which he laid out these world-shaking revelations was absolute. The crew just nodded, their minds reeling. They had been on the Grand Line for less than a day and were already embroiled in a plot involving a warlord, a secret organization, and a princess. They docked the Mary and walked into town. Just as Luffy had predicted, they were greeted with a massive, suspiciously enthusiastic welcome. The townspeople, all of whom were bounty hunters in disguise, swarmed them, offering them food, drink, and praise. "Welcome, great pirates," the large man who introduced himself as Mr. 8 bellowed, a strange saxophone gun at his side. He was flanked by a woman with blue hair and a bubbly personality, Miss Monday. Please, eat. Drink. Celebrate your safe arrival on the Grand Line. Usopp was immediately taken in, stuffing his face with free food. Sanji was busy trying to flirt with every female bounty hunter in sight. Zoro, however, was not fooled. He leaned against a wall, his arms crossed, his eyes narrowed, counting the number of hidden weapons he could see. He counted 23 in the first 10 seconds. Luffy walked right through the crowd, ignoring the offers of food, his eyes scanning the faces. He saw a man with the number 9 painted on his cheek and a woman in a yellow coat. Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday. He walked straight up to them. "You're the princess, right?" he asked Miss Wednesday, pointing at her. The woman's bubbly demeanor vanished. Her eyes widened in panic. Mr. 9 immediately drew his iron bats. "What did you say, you brat?" Miss Wednesday, aka Princess Vivi of Alabasta, stared at him, her mind racing. How could he know? Was their cover blown? Was this a trap? "I am not a princess," she said, trying to regain her composure. "My name is Miss Wednesday." "Nah, you're Princess Nefertari Vivi," Luffy said, his voice completely certain. "And that guy," he said, pointing to the welcoming party's leader, Mr. 8, "is Igaram, the captain of your royal guard." The entire town went silent. The music stopped. Every bounty hunter froze, their fake smiles melting away to reveal looks of shock and confusion. Igaram and Vivi stared at Luffy as if he were a ghost. Their deepest, most protected secret had just been casually announced in the middle of a square full of their enemies. Who are you?" Igaram demanded, his saxophone gun now aimed squarely at Luffy's chest. "I'm Luffy. This is my crew," he said with a sweep of his arm. "We're here to help you. The guy you're looking for is the warlord, Crocodile. He's the boss of Baroque Works. He's in Alabasta, in a city called Rain Base. He's been using dance powder to cause a drought and framing your father, the king, to start a civil war so he can take over the country and find an ancient weapon called Pluton." He delivered the entire summary of the Alabasta conspiracy in about 15 seconds, his tone as casual as if he were ordering lunch. Vivi and Igaram were speechless. Their entire 2-year undercover mission, all the risks they had taken, all the clues they had painstakingly gathered, this boy had just laid it all bare. He knew everything. Down to the details they hadn't even uncovered yet. The other bounty hunters were just as stunned. The name, Crocodile, had sent a wave of fear through them. The leader of the Whiskey Peak branch, a tall man with long hair and a violin, Mr. 5, finally stepped forward, his partner Miss Valentine floating down from a rooftop with her parasol. "It seems you know too much," he said, his voice cold. He pulled a piece of snot from his nose and flicked it. "Nose fancy cannon." The booger shot towards Luffy like a bullet, glowing with explosive energy. Luffy didn't even look at it. Hancock, who had been standing silently by his side, took a single, elegant step forward. She raised a hand and caught the explosive projectile between her index finger and thumb, her fingers coated in a thin, invisible layer of hockey. The explosion was snuffed out before it could even begin, fizzling into a puff of harmless smoke. Mr. 5's jaw dropped. "You dare throw your filth in the presence of my husband?" Hancock said, her voice dripping with icy contempt. She looked around at the 200 armed bounty hunters that surrounded them. "All of you, you are an eyesore." She placed a hand on her hip, tilted her head back, and looked down her nose at them, a gesture of such absolute, contemptuous superiority that it seemed to warp the air around her. "Now, bow." She unleashed a wave of conqueror's hockey. It wasn't the all-out blast Luffy had used at Arlong Park. This was different. It was controlled, refined, a queen's command rather than a king's roar. It was specifically targeted at those with hostile intent, those whose wills were weak and greedy. Every single Baroque Works bounty hunter in the square, Mr. 5, Miss Valentine, Mr. 9, Miss Monday, all the unnamed millions, froze. Their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed, foaming at the mouth. A sea of unconscious bodies littered the town square. The only ones left standing were Luffy's crew, a stunned Vivi and Igaram, and a single, shadowy figure in a long coat and a wide-brimmed hat who had been sitting at a bar in the back. A woman with dark hair, reading a book. Miss All Sunday. Nico Robin. She closed her book with a soft snap, a small, intrigued smile on her face. She hadn't been affected by the hockey. Her will was her own. She looked at Luffy and Hancock, her eyes sharp and analytical. "Well now," she said, her voice a low, sultry purr. "This is an unexpected development. You've ruined a perfectly good party." Luffy looked at her. Robin. His friend. The one who had suffered so much. The one he had declared war on the world to save. He felt a pang in his chest, seeing her like this, still trapped in Crocodile's web. "You're with Crocodile," Luffy said. It wasn't a question. "I am his partner," Robin replied, her smile not reaching her eyes. "And you have just made a very powerful enemy." "No," Luffy corrected, his voice firm. "He just made a very powerful enemy. Tell him we're coming for him. And tell him he's not getting his weapon." Robin's smile faltered for a fraction of a second. He knew about Pluton. How? Her mission, her entire reason for being in Alabasta, was a secret known only to her and Crocodile. "You're a very interesting man, Captain San," she said, recovering her composure. She stood up. "I will deliver your message." She turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows of an alleyway, leaving behind a town of unconscious bodies and two completely bewildered royals. Vivi and Igaram just stared at the scene, their minds completely broken. An army of professional bounty hunters, defeated without a single punch thrown. A direct, knowledgeable threat made against a warlord. And this crew, their captain was a goofy-looking teenager, his first mate was a green-haired demon, the cook was a lovesick idiot, the sniper was a coward, and the woman beside the captain, she was something else entirely. A queen of terrifying power. What are you?" Vivi finally whispered, her voice trembling. Luffy's serious demeanor vanished, replaced by his signature grin. "I'm Luffy. The man who's gonna be king of the pirates. We're going to help you get your country back." Aboard the Going Merry, a short while later, the plan was laid out. It was less of a discussion and more of a directive from Luffy and Hancock. "Going across the desert is stupid," Luffy stated, pointing at the map of Alabasta that Vivi had unrolled on the deck. "The rebels are in Yuba, Crocodile is in Rain Base, and the Royal Army is in Alyabarna. They're all spread out. Fighting them one by one will take too long, and lots of people will get hurt. We're not doing that." "Then what do we do?" Vivi asked, her voice filled with a desperate hope. For the first time, she felt like there might be a way out that didn't involve a bloody civil war. "A direct, surgical strike," Hancock said, her voice cool and strategic. She tapped the map with a long, elegant finger. "We will split into 3 teams. I will go to the capital, Alyabarna. As a warlord, or, at least, a former one with the reputation still intact, I can demand an audience with your father, the king. I will inform him of the truth about Crocodile and ensure the royal army stands down and prepares to secure the cities once the threat is eliminated. This will prevent the rebellion from clashing with the royal forces." Igaram's jaw dropped. The sheer audacity of the plan, to just walk into the palace and talk to the king, was mind-boggling. But coming from this woman, it sounded plausible. Luffy grinned. "Right. While Hancock is doing the politics stuff, me, Zoro, and Sanji will go here." He slammed his finger down on Rain Base. "We'll go straight to Crocodile's casino, walk in, and I'll beat him up. That'll take care of the main problem." Beat him up?" Vivi stammered. "But he's a warlord. And he has a Logia devil fruit. You can't touch him. I can touch him, Luffy said with a quiet confidence that sent a shiver down her spine. Don't worry about it. That leaves the bomb, Nami said, her eyes tracing a line on the map to the largest plaza in Alyabarna. If Crocodile is desperate, he'll try to blow up the city square to incite the final, bloody battle. I read about it in a book. This was their cover for their future knowledge, a flimsy but effective excuse. Exactly. Luffy said. So you and Usopp will go with Hancock's group to Alyabarna. While she's talking to the king, you two will find the bomb and stop it. It'll be in the clock tower. One of Crocodile's officer agents will be there. Vivi just stared, her mind spinning. The plan was insane. It was reckless. It relied on a series of impossible feats. But looking at the calm, determined faces of this crew, she felt a surge of belief. It was a crazy plan for a crazy crew, and it just might work. Igaram, disguised as Vivi, created a diversion, his ship seemingly exploding to make Baroque Works believe the princess was dead. Meanwhile, the Going Merry, now accompanied by Vivi's giant pet duck, Karu, sailed for Alabasta under the cover of a strange, unnatural fog that Hancock seemed to be able to subtly manipulate. They made landfall on a remote coast, and the team split up. Hancock, Nami, Usopp, and a very nervous Vivi and Karu headed towards the capital on giant lizards they'd rented. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji began their trek through the desert towards the City of Dreams, Rain Base. Hancock's arrival in Alyabarna was an event in itself. She didn't sneak in. She walked up to the main gate of the palace, her regal bearing so powerful that the royal guards, men who had faced down armies, found themselves snapping to attention and bowing before they even knew why. I am the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, she announced to the captain of the guard, a falcon-headed man named Pell. I have urgent information for King Cobra regarding a threat to his kingdom. Take me to him. Now. Pell and his jackal-headed counterpart, Shaka, were torn. She was a pirate. A warlord. But the sheer force of her will was undeniable. And she spoke with an authority that seemed to come from a higher plane of existence. They escorted her to the throne room, their hands never leaving their swords. King Nefertari Cobra, a frail but dignified man, looked down from his throne at the woman who was said to be the most beautiful in the world. He saw the beauty, but he also saw the terrifying power coiled beneath the surface. To what do I owe the honor, Pirate Empress? He asked, his voice wary. I am not here for honors, King of Alabasta, Hancock said, her voice echoing in the vast hall. I am here to inform you that you have a viper in your midst. The warlord Crocodile has been systematically destroying your country from the inside. He used dance powder to steal your reign, he has armed a rebellion under the leadership of your childhood friend, Koza, and he plans to take your throne to unearth an ancient weapon buried beneath this very city. Cobra's face went white. Pell and Shaka drew their blades. Lies. Slander against one of the 7 warlords. Shaka growled. Hancock didn't even look at them. Silence, dogs, she said, and a flicker of her haki was enough to make both men freeze, a cold sweat breaking out on their brows. She turned her gaze back to Cobra. My husband and his crew are, as we speak, on their way to Rain Base to eliminate Crocodile. Your rebellion is marching on this city. If your army engages them, thousands will die for nothing. I am here to advise you to hold your troops, secure the city, and prepare for the truth to be revealed. Or, you can trust the word of a government that allows men like Crocodile to run rampant, and watch your kingdom burn. Her words were a calculated mixture of threat and offer. She was giving him the truth, but making it clear that his cooperation was a choice, and the consequences of the wrong choice would be dire. Cobra, a wise and just ruler, saw the conviction in her eyes. He saw the truth. He looked at Vivi, who had been hiding behind a pillar and now stepped out, nodding to her father with tears in her eyes. That was all the proof he needed. Pell. Shaka. Recall the royal army to the city limits. They are to take a defensive position and engage no one, not even the rebels, unless I give the direct order. Cobra commanded. Do it now. Phase 1 of the gambit was a success. Meanwhile, in Rain Base, the City of Dreams was about to become a nightmare for its secret ruler. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji walked through the glittering streets, heading straight for the largest, most opulent building in the city, Crocodile's Casino, Rain Dinners. They didn't sneak. They kicked the front door in. The bustling casino floor fell silent. Every patron, every dealer, turned to stare at the three intruders. A dozen men in black suits, Baroque Works agents, immediately drew their guns. We're here to see the boss, Luffy announced, his voice cheerful but carrying an unmistakable edge. Tell Mr. Crocodile that Straw Hat Luffy is here to kick his sandy ass. The message was relayed. A few moments later, they were escorted up to the VIP lounge. The room was lavish, opulent, and dominated by a large desk. Behind it sat Sir Crocodile, a massive, scar-faced man with a golden hook for a left hand, a cigar smoldering in his mouth. Beside him stood Miss All Sunday, Nico Robin, her expression as unreadable as ever. Straw Hat Luffy, Crocodile said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. I received your message. A bold move, to walk into my office and declare war. You either have a death wish, or you are a complete fool. Neither, Luffy replied, his smile gone. I'm just here to stop you. You've messed with my friend's country for the last time. Crocodile laughed, a deep, humorless sound. Your friend? The little princess. She is an insignificant gnat. This country is mine. Its history, its people, its secrets, they all belong to me. He stood up, his towering frame casting a long shadow. His right hand dissolved into a swirl of sand. I will enjoy killing you slowly. I haven't had a real fight in years. He lunged forward, his hand morphing into a sharp, sand blade, aiming to impale Luffy and drain all the moisture from his body. Zoro and Sanji tensed, ready to jump in, but Luffy just stood his ground. You talk too much, Luffy said. He cocked back his fist. It was cloaked in a thick, black, shimmering coat of armament hockey, invisible to Crocodile but as real as the ground beneath his feet. Gomu Gomu no, Crocodile's sandblade was inches from Luffy's chest. The warlord was already savoring his victory. Jet pistol, Luffy finished. His hockey-infused fist shot forward with the speed of a cannonball. It didn't just pass through the sand. It hit it. It treated the intangible Logia form as if it were solid flesh. Bam! The impact was sickeningly solid. Crocodile's eyes bulged in absolute, mind-shattering shock. Pain. He felt pain. It was impossible. He hadn't been physically struck in years. The punch connected squarely with his gut, and the force wasn't just a simple blow. It was an internal explosion. Luffy had channeled his Ryuo, his advanced haki, directly into Crocodile's body. The warlord let out a strangled gasp, blood and sand spewing from his mouth. He was blasted off his feet, sent flying backward through his own expensive desk, and slammed into the far wall with enough force to crack the solid marble. He slid to the floor, no longer sand, just a broken, bleeding man, conscious but completely incapacitated, his body racked with internal damage. The room was silent. Robin stared, her calm facade completely gone, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and something else, a flicker of awe. Zoro and Sanji just looked at their captain. They had known he was strong. They had not understood this. He had just defeated one of the 7 warlords of the sea. With one punch. Luffy shook out his hand and turned to Robin. It's over. You're free now. Robin looked at him, truly looked at him, for the first time. He wasn't just a reckless rookie. He was a monster who broke the rules of the world. Her carefully constructed plans, her decades of living in the shadows, had all just been upended by this boy. Free, she whispered, the word feeling foreign on her tongue. Yeah. You don't have to work for him anymore, Luffy said. You can come with us. We need someone who can read those weird square rocks. He knew about the poneglyphs. That single statement hit her harder than Luffy's punch had hit Crocodile. He knew her dream. Her secret, forbidden, world-ending dream. The very thing that had made her a demon in the eyes of the world since she was 8 years old. And he said it so casually, so acceptingly. Before she could respond, the building began to shake. Crocodile, lying in the rubble, was laughing, a pained, wheezing sound. You think you've won?" he rasped. "You're too late. In 5 minutes, the capital will be nothing but a crater, the bomb, you can't stop it." Luffy just looked down at him. "It's already been taken care of." In Alyabarna's central clock tower, Mr. Seven and Miss Father's Day, 2 Baroque work snipers, were setting the final timer on a massive cannon, loaded with a city-destroying bomb. Heh, in just a few minutes, this whole square will be history. Mr. Seven cackled. "A beautiful end for a beautiful day," his partner sighed. "I don't think so," a voice said from behind them. They spun around to see Nami and Usopp standing there. Nami was holding a strange, 3-part staff. Usopp had his new giant slingshot, Kabuto, aimed right at them. "Who are you?" "We're the bomb disposal squad," Nami said with a grin. Usopp had, using his future knowledge of his own inventions, already crafted a rudimentary version of her Climatact for her. It couldn't create massive thunderclouds yet, but it could produce small, localized weather phenomena. "Fine weather. Tempo," she declared, swinging the staff. 3 balls of air shot out. A heat ball, a cool ball, and an electric ball. They collided, creating a small, disorienting mirage that made the 2 snipers see multiple, shimmering versions of Nami. While they were confused, Usopp acted. Special attack. Pop green, sleeping grass. He fired a pellet that burst at the sniper's feet, instantly sprouting into a cloud of sweet-smelling flowers that released a powerful soporific gas. Mr. Seven and Miss Father's Day yawned once, their eyes drooped, and they collapsed into a heap, fast asleep. Nami ran to the cannon and, with the calm precision of a master navigator who understood timers and trajectories, disarmed the firing mechanism with seconds to spare. As Crocodile bled out on his casino floor, the first drops of rain began to fall on the City of Rain base. The stolen rain, released from Crocodile's control, was returning to Alabasta. Soon, a downpour was washing over the entire country, a cleansing tide that fell on the desert, on the capital, and on the 2 armies that had been poised to slaughter each other. The rebellion, seeing the rain and receiving word via a frantic Pell that the king had proof of a conspiracy, stood down. The kingdom was saved. There had been no war. No major casualties. Only a swift, brutal, and impossibly efficient act of liberation. The news spread through the world government and the Marines like a shockwave. It wasn't a rumor. It was a fact, confirmed by their own agents on the island and by a report from Princess Vivi herself. The rookie pirate, Straw Hat Luffy, had entered the Grand Line, and in a matter of days, had exposed and single-handedly defeated the warlord Crocodile, dismantling his entire criminal organization and averting a civil war. In the holy land of Mary Geos, the 5 elders gathered around a table, a single, new wanted poster laid before them. 100 million was his first bounty, one of the elders said, his voice a low growl. After Arlong Park. This is an act of war against the balance of the 3 great powers. He neutralized a warlord as if he were a common thug, another said, steepling his fingers. And his crew, the Pirate Empress is with him. They are not acting like rookies. They are acting with foresight. Precision. The anomaly we were warned about by the agent shadowing them, a 3rd elder mused. Their power growth is not natural. It is something else. Raise the bounty, the eldest of them commanded, his voice final. To 300 million. Effective immediately. and send a message to CP9. Their mission to retrieve Plutons blueprints in Water 7 is now secondary. Their primary objective is the elimination of the Straw Hat crew. All of them. This threat must be excised before it can grow any further. The world had a new, terrifying player on its stage. Aboard the Going Merry, sailing away from a grateful and recovering Alabasta, the mood was triumphant. Vivi had said her tearful goodbyes, choosing to stay and help rebuild her country, but the mark of their friendship, the X on their arms, was a promise that they would meet again. And they had a new passenger. Nico Robin sat quietly on the deck, a book in her lap, a small, genuine smile on her face. She had accepted Luffy's offer. She didn't understand these people. Their chaos, their loyalty, their impossible strength. But for the first time since she was a child, she felt safe. Luffy was on his usual seat on the figurehead. The sun was setting, painting the sky in brilliant hues of orange and purple. He had saved a kingdom. He had saved Robin from her fate, at least for now. He had done it all with minimal damage. It was a perfect victory. But as he looked out at the horizon, his observation hockey picked up a flicker. A cold, empty spot on the vast, open sea behind them. A presence that was there and not there. The shadow was still following them. Hancock came to stand beside him. "They know now," she said softly. "The whole world knows what we are." "Yep," Luffy said, his grin returning, sharp and feral. "Which means they're gonna start sending the real monsters after us." "Are you concerned?" she asked. Luffy just laughed, a sound full of joy and anticipation. "Nope. I can't wait. This is way more fun than last time." Their path was now completely different. They had broken the future, and the world was starting to break back. But for the man who would be king, that just meant the adventure was truly beginning. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, Preemptive War on Justice. The Sea of the Grand Line was a wild, unpredictable beast, but for now, it was calm. The Going Merry sailed under a sky so vast and blue it felt like they were floating in an endless sapphire. The mood on the ship was strange. It was a good strange, mostly. The oppressive tension of the East Blue, the weight of each crew member's past chasing them, was gone. They were a complete set, the first 5 pieces of the puzzle locked in place. And they had a new piece, one that didn't quite fit yet, but was slowly finding its shape among them. Nico Robin sat in a deck chair under the shade of the main mast, a thick, leather-bound book open in her lap. She wasn't really reading. Her dark eyes, calm and ancient, were watching the chaos of her new companions. It was a spectacle she was still trying to process. Sanji was, at this very moment, performing a complicated, wiggling dance around her, presenting a beautifully arranged plate of sliced sea beast sashimi with a flourish. "My dearest Robin-chuan. A small token of my affection to aid your intellectual pursuits. Each slice is marinated in my boundless love for you and my divine Nami Swan," he crooned, his single visible eye a perfect, throbbing heart. Nami, who was sitting nearby meticulously inking a new chart, just rolled her eyes, though a small smile played on her lips. "Give it a rest, Sanji-kun. You're going to scare her off." "My love is never scary, it is a warm embrace," he declared, before wiggling over to Nami to present her with a similar plate, his attention shifting with the ease of a hummingbird. Usopp was perched on the railing, regaling Robin with a grand, and entirely fabricated, story. And then I saw the warlord crocodile. He was a giant, 50 feet tall at least, with claws of pure diamond. I looked him right in his beady eyes and I said, "Your reign of terror is over, Croco boy. For you now face the mighty Captain Usopp and his army of 80 million followers." He trembled, I tell you, he was so scared he turned himself into sand just to get away from my heroic aura. Zoro, who was doing one-handed push-ups in the corner, grunted without opening his eyes. "You hid behind a rock and cried until it was over. That was a tactical rock. And those were tears of righteous fury. Usopp shot back, completely undeterred. Robin watched it all, a small, ghost of a smile on her face. It was absurd. These people were children. Loud, simple, impossibly powerful children. She had spent her entire life in the shadows, dealing with the worst dregs of humanity. Assassins, spies, criminal masterminds, all of them driven by greed, fear, and a lust for power. These pirates, they seemed driven by an appetite for meat, a need to nap, and an unshakable, almost idiotic, loyalty to each other. She had joined them because their captain had offered her a place when she had nowhere else to go, when her entire world had crumbled. She had expected to be a tool again, a decoder of poneglyphs, a means to an end. She had not expected this. This chaotic, vibrant, unthreatening, family. And at the center of it all, of course, was him. Monkey D. Luffy was lying on his back on the sheep figurehead, his favorite spot, apparently asleep, a small bubble of snot inflating and deflating from his nose. To any casual observer, he was a harmless, goofy idiot. Robin knew better. She had seen what he'd done to her former boss. She'd seen the look in his eyes when he'd made his offer. It was not the look of a simpleton. It was the look of a man who saw the world exactly as he wanted it to be and simply made it so, conventional reality be damned. He was the most dangerous person she had ever met, and for the first time in her life, she felt no fear from that danger. Beside her, leaning against the mast with an air of regal boredom that was only betrayed by the soft, adoring look in her eyes as she watched Luffy sleep, was the other enigma. Boa Hancock. A warlord, an empress, a woman whose beauty was said to start wars and whose power could end them. And she deferred to the sleeping boy on the figurehead as if he were a living god. The power dynamics of this crew were a puzzle that Robin, a master of secrets and intrigue, couldn't even begin to solve. The peace was broken when Luffy suddenly sat bolt upright, his snot bubble popping. He wasn't groggy. He was instantly, unervingly awake, his eyes clear and sharp. He had been using his observation hockey even in his sleep, a constant, low-level scan of his crew's emotional state. And he had felt it. A flicker. A tiny, almost imperceptible tremor of fear from Robin. She had been watching them, smiling, but for a split second, a shadow of her past had crossed her mind, the Buster Call, the faces of the CP9 agents who had haunted her for 20 years, and her calm had wavered. It was all Luffy needed. He hopped down from the figurehead, landing silently on the deck. The crew's chatter died down as they saw the look on his face. The usual goofy grin was gone, replaced by a quiet, unnerving seriousness. He walked over and stood in front of Robin's chair. He didn't say anything. He just looked at her. Robin's smile faded, her book closing in her lap. "Is something wrong, Captain San?" "You're still scared," Luffy said. "It wasn't a question. You're with us now. You're on my ship. You're my crew. But you're still looking over your shoulder. You're still waiting for them to come for you." Robin's composure, the carefully constructed mask she had worn for 2 decades, finally cracked. She looked away, her gaze falling to the deck. "The world government has been hunting me since I was 8 years old," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "They will never stop. They have a special unit, Cypher Pol Aegis 9, they are monsters. They destroyed my home. They will hunt me to the ends of the earth." The air grew heavy. Usopp had gone pale. Sanji's love-struck demeanor was replaced by a cold fury. Nami looked at Robin with a deep, sorrowful empathy. "So," Luffy said, his voice completely calm. "We'll just have to beat them up." Robin looked up at him, a sad, bitter smile on her face. "You don't understand. You can't fight the entire world government. Their sole purpose is to enforce the government's absolute will. They operate from a place that is beyond the law. A judicial island. Enies Lobby." "Enies Lobby," Luffy repeated, tasting the name. He remembered it well. The towering gates, the endless waterfall, the bridge of hesitation, the tower of justice. The place where he had burned a flag and made the world his enemy to save her. He had been planning on letting events unfold, waiting for CP9 to make their move in Water 7. But seeing that flicker of fear in her eyes, feeling the deep, ingrained trauma that still held her prisoner, his plans changed. The Pirate King was not a patient man. He turned to the rest of his crew. "All right, new plan," he announced, his voice ringing with a sudden, terrifying cheerfulness. "Forget the next island on the log pose. We're making a detour." "A detour? To where?" Nami asked, already looking nervous. Luffy stuck his thumb out, pointing vaguely across the sea. "We're going to this Eni's lobby place. We're gonna find this CP9. And we're gonna kick their asses so hard they'll forget Robin's name. We're gonna break the place that's been hunting her, so she never has to be scared again." Silence. The crew stared at him as if he had just announced he was going to punch the moon. Nami was the first to find her voice. "Luffy, are you insane?" she shrieked, smacking him on the back of the head, a gesture that had no effect whatsoever. "That's a judicial island. It's one of the 3 great strongholds of the world government, along with Marine headquarters and Impel Down. You can't just attack it. That's not just picking a fight, that's declaring war on the entire world." "So?" Luffy said with a shrug, rubbing his head. "We're pirates. Isn't that what we do?" "Not like this." Usopp wailed, his knees knocking together. "Luffy, these are the government's top secret super assassins. They're probably as strong as admirals. We'll all be killed. We'll be erased from history." Zoro, however, just grinned, a slow, feral spreading of his lips. He pushed himself to his feet, a low chuckle rumbling in his chest. "Heh. Declaring war on the world, huh? Sounds like a hell of a good time. I'm in. If we are fighting to protect the beautiful Robinchwan from those government dogs, then my flaming kicks are at your service," Sanji declared, a blaze of passion in his eye. "I will never allow a lady's tears to fall." Robin just stared, her mind reeling. He couldn't be serious. He was going to launch a preemptive strike on one of the world government's pillars of power, for her? Because he saw a flicker of fear in her eyes? The idea was so monumentally insane, so ridiculously reckless, that it looped all the way back around to being the most profound gesture of loyalty she had ever witnessed. Hancock stepped forward, placing a hand on Luffy's shoulder. She looked at the crew, her expression unyielding. "My husband has made his decision. His will is absolute. We will go to this place. We will tear it down to its foundations. And we will remove this shadow from our new crewmate's heart. Is that understood?" Her voice held the quiet finality of a death sentence. There was no room for debate. Nami and Usopp gulped, but they saw the looks on their captains, Zoro's, Sanji's, and Hancock's faces. The decision was already made. They were really doing this. Oh, okay," Nami stammered, pulling out her charts, her mind already racing, shifting from panic to pragmatism. "If we're going to do this insane thing, we're going to need a better ship. The Mary is a caravel. She's tough, but she's not a warship. And we need information. A base of operations. The next island on our course is Water 7. It's the city of shipwrights. If we're going to prepare for an all-out war, that's the place to do it." Luffy beamed. "See? It's a great plan. To Water 7 we go." The journey to Water 7 was charged with a new, electric tension. They were no longer aimless adventurers following a log pose. They were a war party on a mission. Luffy, using his future knowledge, briefed them on what he suspected they would find. A corrupt shipwright, a brilliant but eccentric cyborg, and a city full of the world's best craftsmen. Their arrival in the city of water was, in true straw hat fashion, a chaotic spectacle. Instead of navigating the complex canal system, Luffy got impatient. "This is too slow," he declared. "Hold on." He wrapped his arms around the mast, took a deep breath, and used his own body as a giant slingshot, launching the Going Merry out of the water. They sailed through the air for a terrifying 3 seconds, clearing a dozen city blocks and several canals, before splash landing directly in the main shipbuilding dock of the Galila Company, nearly swamping a half-dozen other vessels. Dockworkers screamed and scattered. Foremen yelled in outrage. From the main workshop, a group of men in sharp suits and top hats emerged, their faces thunderous. The leaders of Galila, Polly, who was constantly yelling about indecent women, Lucci, the quiet one with the pigeon on his shoulder, Kaku, the long-nosed one with the friendly demeanor, and Califa, the secretary who kept pushing up her glasses. And at their head, a man with blue hair and a warm, but weary, smile. The mayor and president of Galila, Iceberg. "What is the meaning of this?" Iceberg demanded, his voice calm but carrying the weight of authority. "Who are you people?" Luffy hopped off the ship, landing in front of them, his crew assembling behind him. He ignored the question. His eyes, honed by hockey and memory, scanned the faces of the foremen. He saw Lucci, Kaku, and Califa. CP9. The very monsters Robin feared. They were here, under cover, waiting. His gaze lingered on Lucci for a half-second, and in that instant, a silent, primal challenge passed between them. Lucci's pigeon, Hattori, cooed nervously. Lucci's placid expression didn't change, but his eyes, cold and reptilian, narrowed almost imperceptibly. He felt it. He didn't know what it was, but he knew the boy in the straw hat was not what he seemed. "We need a shipwright," Luffy announced to Iceberg, his voice loud and clear. "The best one in the city. A guy with blue hair, a metal nose, and who only wears a Speedo. His name is Frankie." The Galila foreman stared at him in confusion. Polly's face went red with anger. "Frankie? That degenerate? He and his gang of thugs are the shame of this city. Why would you want him?" "Because he's the best," Luffy said simply. He then turned his full attention to Iceberg, his expression shifting from goofy to dead serious. "And we need your help, Mr. Mayor. Your company is in danger. 3 of your most trusted foremen," he said, his gaze sweeping over Lucci, Kaku, and Califa, "are spies for the world government. They're here to steal the blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton that you inherited from your master, Tom." The dock fell into a silence so profound you could hear the water lapping against the stone. Iceberg's face went as white as a sheet. Polly's jaw dropped. The other shipwrights gasped. Lucci, Kaku, and Califa didn't move. But the air around them grew cold. Their cover, their years-long mission, had just been blown. Casually. By a teenage pirate who had just arrived in the city. That's impossible," Iceberg stammered, his mind reeling. How could you possibly know any of that?" "I know a lot of things," Luffy said. "I know they're planning on framing me and my crew for an assassination attempt on you to throw the city into chaos so they can search your office. I know they're part of a group called CP9. And I know that if we don't stop them, they're going to take my crewmate, Nico Robin, and drag her off to be executed." He took a step forward, his aura flaring. It wasn't Conqueror's hockey, not yet. It was just the sheer, undeniable pressure of his will. "We're not going to let that happen. We're going to attack Eni's lobby. We're going to take the fight to them. And you're going to help us. Because if you don't, they will destroy this city and everyone in it to get what they want." Before anyone could react to this bombshell, a loud "super" echoed from a nearby scrap heap. A massive figure leaped out from behind a pile of steel plates. He was a giant of a man, with sky-blue hair styled into a pompadour, a metal nose, sunglasses, and wearing nothing but a Hawaiian shirt and a tiny black Speedo. Frankie. He had been lurking, curious about the commotion. Attacking the world government? Frankie boomed, striking a dramatic pose, his arms clanking together. That sounds like my kind of party. I don't know who you are, Straw Hat, but you've got guts. I like it. Lucci made his decision. Their mission was compromised beyond repair. There was no subtlety left. Only force. He turned to Kaku and Khalifa. Phase 5 is abandoned. Initiate Phase 9. Eliminate the targets. Secure the blueprint. In an instant, the three of them blurred into motion. They weren't shipwrights anymore. They were killers. Khalifa launched a series of lightning-fast kicks aimed at Iceberg. Kaku drew two massive blades, his movements impossibly fast, and lunged for Frankie. And Lucci, he just vanished, appearing directly in front of Luffy in a flicker of sorrow, his finger pointed like a pistol, aimed at Luffy's heart. Sure gone. Polly and the other shipwrights screamed, trying to intervene, but they were far too slow. They were all too slow. Except for the monsters who had been waiting for this. Zoro was in front of Kaku, his three swords drawn, their clash creating a shower of sparks. You're not touching our shipwright. Sanji's leg, wreathed in a faint heat haze, blocked Khalifa's kick just inches from Iceberg's face. Attacking a man in front of a lady is a serious breach of etiquette. And Lucci's finger, a hardened weapon that could punch through steel, stopped dead. It was caught. Pinched between Luffy's thumb and forefinger, coated in a thick, invisible layer of armament hockey. Lucci's eyes widened behind his deadpan expression. He put more force into it, his entire body straining. It was like trying to push his finger through a block of diamond. You're fast, Luffy said, his voice dangerously calm. But not fast enough. He squeezed. There was a sickening crack. Lucci let out a strangled grunt of pain as the bones in his index finger shattered. Luffy then swung his arm, still holding the finger, and slammed the CP-9 agent into the ground with enough force to crater the stone dock. Kaku and Khalifa, seeing their leader taken down so effortlessly, disengaged from Zoro and Sanji, their faces masks of disbelief. This wasn't supposed to happen. They were the apex predators of the secret world. They weren't supposed to be outmatched. Fall back. Kaku yelled, his long nose twitching. He and Khalifa used moonwalk, kicking off the air itself to leap onto a nearby rooftop. A grievously injured Lucci, cradling his broken hand, followed a second later, his pigeon flapping in a panic. They stared down at the Straw Hats, their expressions a mixture of fury and cold, analytical shock. This is not over, Straw Hats, Lucci growled, his voice a low, animalistic rumble. The world government will not forget this. You have made an enemy you cannot comprehend. With that, the three of them disappeared over the rooftops. The dock was silent again, save for the panting of the galley law workers. Iceberg stared at the crater where Lucci had been slammed, then at Luffy. The pirate hadn't just been telling the truth. He had just saved his life and defeated a man who moved faster than the eye could see. I believe you, Iceberg said, his voice shaky. He looked at Frankie, then back at Luffy. What do you need from us? The next 24 hours were a blur of frantic, purposeful activity. Water 7, under threat from an enemy it now understood, mobilized. Frankie, his initial boisterousness replaced by a grim focus, brought his whole gang of dismantlers to the galley law yards. He and Iceberg, their old rivalry forgotten in the face of a common enemy, put their heads together. They didn't have time to build a new ship from scratch. Instead, they did something unprecedented. They took a half-finished galleon, a state-of-the-art vessel Galley Law had been building for a noble, and they began to modify it into a warship. Frankie, using the 200 million berries Luffy had given him, which Nami was still screaming about, bought the legendary Atom wood, the strongest timber in the world. He and the combined geniuses of Galley Law and the Frankie family worked around the clock, turning the galleon into a fortress. They reinforced the hull with atom wood plates, installed a dozen cannons, and at Frankie's insistence, built a massive, lion-headed figurehead that could fire a giant laser beam powered by cola. They christened it the Thousand Sunny, a ship that could cross 1,000 seas. It wasn't the final version from Luffy's memories, but it was a damn powerful prototype. While they worked, Luffy laid out the final plan. It was simple. It was brutal. It was pure Luffy. They would sail to Enies Lobby on the Sunny, accompanied by the Galila foreman and the Frankie family in their own battle boats. They would not sneak. They would not hesitate. They would smash the gates of justice, sail up the Tarai current, and unleash hell. As they set sail, the sea around Water 7 churned. Not from a storm, but from the approach of the largest, most destructive force in the world government's arsenal. A buster call. A fleet of 10 battleships, led by 5 vice-admirals, summoned by a panicked Spandam after Lucci's report. It was meant to be the force that would wipe Water 7 off the map to secure the blueprints. It was too late. Their target was already at sea, heading in the opposite direction. Heading for them. The assault on Enies Lobby began not with a quiet infiltration, but with a roar of defiance. The Thousand Sunny, its atom wood hull shrugging off cannonballs like pebbles, steamed towards the main gate. Frankie! Do it! Luffy yelled from the figurehead. Leave it to me. Super! Giant cannon. Fire! A massive, brilliant blue beam of pure energy erupted from the lion's mouth. It shot across the water and struck the first gate of justice, a structure so massive it was said to be unbreakable. The gate didn't just break. It vaporized. A perfect, circular hole was melted through the center of the colossal steel door. The Sunny sailed right through it, followed by its small flotilla of allies. The 10,000 soldiers and government agents stationed on the island panicked. This had never happened. No one had ever forced the gate. They poured onto the causeway, a sea of bodies and guns, ready to repel the invaders. They were met by a single woman who had leaped from the lead ship to the shore. Boa Hancock. She stood before the army, her expression one of utter boredom. So many insects, she sighed. A shame you must all be turned to stone. She blew a kiss. Marrow marrow mellow. A giant, pink heart-shaped beam washed over the causeway. The front ranks of the army, their minds filled with awe and lust at her impossible beauty, were petrified instantly. Thousands of men turned to stone where they stood, creating a grotesque, impenetrable wall of statues. The soldiers behind them screamed and fell back in terror. The island's main fighting force was neutralized in less than 5 seconds. The Sunny docked. The Straw Hats, the Galila foreman, and the Frankie family charged onto the island. All right. Luffy yelled. The plan is simple. We all run to that big tower at the end. Anyone who gets in our way, beat him up. The first one to the top wins. It wasn't a plan. It was a race. A glorious, chaotic race through the heart of the world government's judicial island. The remaining CP9 agents, who had been waiting for them, were scattered, their own plans in disarray. The fights were short and brutal. Zoro met Kaku on a rooftop. Their duel was a flash of blades, but Zoro, now wielding 3 legendary swords and the will of a man who had faced Mihawk, was on another level. He ended the fight not with a prolonged struggle, but with a single, devastating Ashura attack that left Kaku unconscious and his tower sliced to ribbons. Sanji found Jabra in a hallway. The Wolfman's Tekai was powerful, but Sanji's Diable Jam, a technique now infused with a flicker of his own nascent haki, burned right through it, a single concussive kick sending Jabra through 3 walls. The rest of the crew and their allies tore through the remaining agents, a whirlwind of destruction. They weren't fighting for their lives. They were on a rampage. Luffy, Hancock, and Robin ignored the smaller fights. They ran, unimpeded, straight for the Tower of Justice. They blasted through the final doors and found themselves in the office of the chief of CP9. A tall, lanky man with a mask and a long elephant trunk sword stood there, trembling. "Spandam! Stay back," he shrieked, fumbling for a golden den mushy on his desk. "I have the authority. I'll call the Buster Call. I'll wipe you all from existence." "No, you won't," Luffy said, his voice flat. He started walking towards him. Spandam screamed and jabbed his elephant sword, funk-freed, at Luffy. Luffy just caught the blade, tied it into a knot, and tossed it aside. He grabbed Spandam by his stupid leather coat and lifted him into the air. "Where are the rest of your agents?" They're outside. "All of them?" Spandam squealed, wetting himself. "Lucci, Blueno, all of them. They're waiting for you." Luffy's eyes narrowed. That was wrong. His haki was telling him the island was in chaos, but the strongest presence, Lucci, wasn't there. He was close. Too close. It was a trap. "Robin, get back!" Luffy yelled. He threw Spandam across the room. At the same moment, the shadows in the corner of the office coalesced. A figure emerged, not from the door, but from the darkness itself. A figure in a black suit and a blank, white mask. The agent from Logue Town. He wasn't alone. He held a black, ornate dagger to the throat of a bound and gagged Rob Lucci, whose face was a mask of incandescent fury and humiliation. "A clever little rampage, Pirate King," the agent said, his voice a calm, synthesized monotone. It was the same voice from the black den mushy. "You have power. But you are predictable. You charge headfirst, expecting to solve everything with brute force. You never stop to think that your enemy might use your own predictability against you." Luffy and Hancock stood ready, positioning themselves in front of Robin. This was him. The ghost that had been haunting them. "Who are you?" Luffy demanded. "I am an adjuster," the agent replied. "My designation is Cipher Pol Aegis X. My purpose is to correct anomalies that threaten the balance. You are the greatest anomaly this world has ever seen." "Let him go," Luffy growled, gesturing to Lucci. The agent chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "This one? He is a tool. A rabid dog who failed his mission. But he served one final purpose. He was the bait." Suddenly, the floor beneath their feet dissolved into shadow. Not a picture of a shadow. A real, tangible darkness that had the consistency of thick tar. Luffy and Hancock immediately leaped back, pulling Robin with them, but their feet sank into it. It was like quicksand, but cold and life-draining. "My devil fruit allows me to manipulate the abstract," the agent explained, his voice maddeningly calm as he tossed the struggling Lucci aside. "I can give substance to shadows. I can steal the friction from a surface. I can make the space between us infinite, or zero." He raised a hand, and the very air in the room seemed to bend and warp. "Your haki is impressive. Your physical strength is monstrous. But how can you punch something that has no tangible form? How can you petrify a concept?" He lunged forward, not moving in a straight line, but sinking into the floor and re-emerging from the shadow of the desk right in front of Hancock. He moved with a liquid grace that was utterly alien. He threw a punch, his fist trailing wisps of pure darkness. Hancock met it with a haki-infused kick. The impact was bizarre. It felt like kicking a bag of smoke and a block of steel at the same time. The force was partially absorbed, partially repelled. She was thrown back a few feet, landing gracefully. This was the first time in this new life that an enemy had met her head-on and not been instantly overwhelmed. "Interesting," the agent noted. "You can infuse your will into your attacks. It allows you to interact with me. But not perfectly." Luffy, his legs still stuck in the shadow tar, stretched his arm. "Gomu Gomu no jet pistol." His fist flew at the agent. The agent just smiled beneath his mask and took a half-step to the side. The air in front of him shimmered. Luffy's fist, which should have passed by, instead slammed into an invisible wall, the impact echoing through the room. The agent had solidified the space itself. This was their first real fight. Their first true challenge. This wasn't a brute like Arlong or a Logia like Crocodile who had a simple, exploitable weakness. This was something different. Something that broke the rules they understood. You see, the agent said, spreading his arms. You are gods in a world of mortals. But I am the thing that unmakes gods. Luffy looked at Hancock, a silent communication passing between them. They had to work together. Brute force wasn't enough. Hancock. Distract him. Luffy yelled. He closed his eyes, focusing. The Shadow Tar was still clinging to his legs. It felt cold, wrong. But it was touching him. And anything that touched him was subject to his will. His heart began to pound, a low, steady rhythm. The drums of liberation. Hancock shot forward, a blur of motion. She didn't aim for the agent, but for the light sources in the room, kicking out the windows, shattering the lamps. The room was plunged into near darkness, the only light coming from the fires of the chaotic battle outside. Fewer shadows, less power, she reasoned, landing in a crouch. The agent chuckled. A clever tactic. But every object, every person, casts a shadow. He melted into the darkness, his form becoming indistinct. But Luffy was ready. I can feel you, he roared. The beat of his heart was getting louder. The ground beneath the agent, the very floor of the Tower of Justice, suddenly rippled. It became soft, pliant. Rubbery. Gear 5th. Awakening. He wasn't transforming fully, not yet. But he was tapping into the core of his power. The power to give his rubber properties to the world around him. The agent, who relied on the solid, predictable nature of surfaces and shadows, suddenly found his footing was gone. The shadow he was standing in stretched and warped like a cartoon, throwing him off balance. What is this? The agent cried out, his calm finally breaking. My turn. Luffy yelled, his grin wide and feral under the low light. His legs popped free of the now useless Shadow Tar. He appeared in front of the agent, his fist not just coated in hockey, but seemingly swollen to the size of a boulder, a classic cartoonish effect of his awakened form. It was imbued with both armament and Conqueror's hockey, a swirling vortex of black lightning. Gomu Gomu no. Dawn Gigant. The agent tried to dissolve, to warp space, but the sheer, reality-bending power of Luffy's awakened state was overwhelming his own. It was one abstract power against another, and Luffy's was the power of a god. The giant fist connected. The Tower of Justice, the ultimate symbol of the world government's authority, shuddered from its foundations to its peak as the top floor exploded outwards in a shower of stone and shadow. The agent was blasted out of the tower, a black comet screaming into the chaotic sea below. Luffy stood in the wreckage, breathing heavily, the steam clearing from his body. He had won. But it had taken a hint of his strongest, most reality-defying power to do it. He was pushed. For the first time, he had been truly pushed. Robin stood amidst the debris, her eyes wide with an emotion she couldn't name. She had just seen a battle that defied all logic. She had seen her captain warp the very fabric of reality to protect her. The battle for Enies Lobby was over. The Buster Call fleet, arriving to find the island already in ruins and its primary fighting force defeated, could do nothing but watch as the Thousand Sunny and its flotilla sailed away, victorious. The world would not receive a report of a hard-fought battle. It would hear a story that sounded like a myth. The Straw Hat Pirates had not just attacked Enies Lobby. They had annihilated it. They had walked in, defeated the entirety of CP9, and leveled the Tower of Justice in a matter of hours. They had declared war on the world, and the world hadn't even managed to land a punch. Nico Robin was finally, truly, free. And the stakes had just been raised to a level the world had never seen before. Chapter 7 End. Chapter 8, The sea we remade. The world was fire and screaming behind them, and the Thousand Sunny was a golden rocket of defiance, sailing away from the smoldering corpse of a global superpower's ego. The air tasted of ozone, sea salt, and the sweet, intoxicating scent of impossible victory. On the deck, the Straw Hat Pirates, plus their small army of temporary allies from Galila and the Frankie family, were a chaotic mess of adrenaline, disbelief, and pure, unadulterated hype. "Did you see that?" Usopp screamed, leaping onto the railing and striking a heroic pose, all his earlier terror forgotten and replaced by glorious, second-hand bravado. "I had them right where I wanted them. The entire island. They were begging for mercy from the great Captain Usopp, but I said, no. You have incurred the wrath of my mighty pinky finger," and boom. The whole tower just fell down. "You tripped over a piece of rubble and hid behind Polly for the last half of the fight," Nami said, her voice hoarse from yelling. She was leaning against the mast, looking back at the distant, smoke-choked horizon where Eni's lobby used to be. A wide, slightly manic grin was plastered on her face. "But yeah. We did it. We declared war on the entire world, and we won." The words sounded insane even as she said them. Sanji, his suit torn and covered in soot, lit a cigarette with a trembling hand, the flame illuminating a face split by a triumphant, wolfish grin. "Those government bastards never stood a chance against the fiery passion of my love for our dear Robin Swan and Nami Swan." Zoro was sitting on the deck, cleaning the blood off his new swords, Yubashiri and Sandai Kitetsu. A deep, satisfied calm emanated from him. This was what he had signed up for. Not just adventure, but a war against the impossible. He looked up and caught the eye of Nico Robin, who was standing near the stern, watching them all with an expression he had never seen on her face before. It was a look of profound, shell-shocked wonder, as if she were a woman born in a dungeon who had just seen the sun for the first time. The shadows were gone. For the first time, her smile reached her eyes. At the center of the controlled chaos stood the man who had orchestrated it all. Frankie. The cyborg was a whirlwind of energy, his giant body buzzing with the thrill of battle and the pride of a master craftsman seeing his creation perform. "Ayo. Super. Did you see my baby fly?" he roared, striking his signature pose, his metal arms clanking together. She took their cannonballs like they were love taps. "The atom-wood hull is the strongest in the world. But you ain't seen nothin', yet. This ain't just a ship, it's a dream. My dream. The ship that can sail to the end of the world. Come on, I'll give you the grand tour." What followed was a hyperactive, high-energy tour of the greatest ship any of them had ever seen. Frankie was a proud father showing off his newborn child. He started in the galley, a kitchen so magnificent, so perfectly equipped with a giant professional oven and a massive, lockable refrigerator, that Sanji actually wept tears of joy. He fell to his knees and declared the galley a holy sanctuary, promising to prepare a feast of celebration that would make the gods themselves weep with envy. Next was the massive aquarium bar in the lounge, which Frankie had already stocked with fish from the waters around Water 7. Nami's eyes went wide, not at the fish, but at the sheer, luxurious expense of it all. Frankie then showed them the library, a massive, two-story room with a beautiful spiral staircase and a crow's nest lookout built into the ceiling. Robin's quiet gasp was audible. She ran a hand along an empty bookshelf, her eyes shining with unshed tears. A library. A place of knowledge and peace, built into a warship that had just torn a hole in the world for her. Usopp was next to achieve nirvana. Frankie led him to a door marked Usopp's Factory. Inside was a workshop that rivaled Galila's own, complete with workbenches, tools, and storage for all the weird and wonderful ingredients he used for his pop greens and ammunition. "A sniper needs his nest," Frankie declared. "Now you can build all the crazy weapons your lying heart desires." Usopp was so overcome he immediately began to draft blueprints for a giant slingshot that could shoot the entire ship. Even Zoro was impressed, though he'd never admit it. The crow's nest was a fully equipped gym, with weights so heavy they had to be bolted to the floor, and a sound system Frankie had installed because every super workout needs a super soundtrack. The real magic, however, was hidden in the bowels of the ship. Frankie proudly revealed the soldier dock system. He pressed a button on a large console, and the turf-covered deck of the Sunny opened up, revealing two massive, rotating platforms. Behold! Channel 0 is for the paddle boat, the Mini Mary 2, for all your grocery-getting needs, he announced as a tiny, one-person version of their old ship appeared. Channel 1 has your waiver, for zipping around all classy-like. And Channel 2, he paused for dramatic effect, has the Braccio Tank V, for when you need to roll over your enemies in super style. A massive, dinosaur-themed tank emerged, its cannon gleaming. And that's not all. Channels 3 and 4 are still under development. The possibilities are endless. The crew's jaws were on the floor. It wasn't a ship. It was a mobile pirate base, a transforming mecha, and a luxury hotel all rolled into one. Luffy, who had been running around with the infectious glee of a 5-year-old on Christmas morning, was practically vibrating with excitement. This is the best ship ever. You're the best shipwright ever, Frankie. You have to join our crew, he yelled, his voice bouncing off the workshop walls. Frankie, who had been basking in their awe, froze. He looked at Luffy, then at the rest of the crew. His boisterous energy softened for a moment, replaced by a flicker of something sad. Nah, I can't, he said, turning away. My dream was to build this ship. To see it sail. And I got my own family to look after back in Water 7. You guys, you have fun with her. Luffy just grinned. He knew Frankie would say that. He also knew he wouldn't have a choice. That was a problem for later. Right now, there was a more pressing issue. Okay, that's all cool, Luffy said, his stomach rumbling loud enough to be heard over the engine. But where's the really important part? Important part? Frankie asked, confused. What's more important than a tank? The laser beam, obviously. Luffy said, as if it were the most self-evident fact in the universe. Frankie's face split into a massive, toothy grin. A man of culture. Follow me. He led them to the prow, to the giant, smiling lion figurehead. He opened a hatch in its main, revealing a targeting system and 3 slots for cola barrels. This is the heart of the Sunny. The Jaian cannon. Powered by 3 barrels of my super cola, it fires a laser beam so powerful it can, well, you saw what it did to that gate. The crew stared at the figurehead with a newfound reverence and a healthy dose of terror. Their ship had a weapon of mass destruction powered by soda. It was the most insane, and the most perfectly straw hat, thing they had ever heard. The celebration feast that night was legendary. Sanji, in his holy kitchen, produced a banquet that covered the entire deck. The Galila shipwrights and the Frankie family, who were sailing alongside them, came aboard, and the deck of the Sunny became a floating party. Music played, booze flowed, and for the first time in a long time, there was nothing but pure, unadulterated joy. It was in the middle of this joyous chaos that the future came knocking. A news coup, one of the intrepid seagull journalists of the sea, somehow found them in the middle of nowhere. It dropped a fresh, ink-scented newspaper and a stack of new wanted posters on the deck before accepting its payment and flying off. The party ground to a halt. Everyone gathered around as Nami, with trembling fingers, unrolled the newspaper. The headline was stark, covering the entire front page in massive, blocky letters, Eni's lobby destroyed. Straw Hat Pirates declare war on the world. The article was a masterpiece of panicked, sensationalist journalism. It described the utter annihilation of the judicial island, the defeat of the entire CP9 unit, and the impossible escape of the pirates. It painted Luffy not as a simple pirate, but as a demon, a force of nature who had single-handedly shattered one of the three great pillars of the world government. Heh. They make us sound pretty cool, Luffy said, stuffing a chicken leg in his mouth. Cool. Nami shrieked, her eyes bugging out. Luffy, this isn't cool. This is a death sentence. The entire world is going to be hunting us now. Every marine, every bounty hunter, every government agent. So. Zoro grunted, taking a long swig of sake. Let them come. But the bounties. Nami cried, her voice reaching a fever pitch. She fumbled with the stack of posters. They issued new bounties for all of us. She held up the first one. It was Sanji. But the picture wasn't a photograph. It was a comically bad, hand-drawn sketch of a man with a curly eyebrow, looking absolutely nothing like him. Black leg Sanji, 177 million berries. Sanji froze, his cigarette dropping from his lips. He stared at the poster, his entire body shaking. Then he erupted. Wayat is thas, he roared, his voice cracking with pure, agonized fury. Why is mine a drawing? And 177 million. That's amazing, but this drawing. I am a handsome man. My love for the ladies is beautiful. This is a crime against art. A crime against love. Zoro took one look at the poster and burst out laughing, a deep, genuine belly laugh that made him choke on his sake. Ha ha ha. It's perfect. It captures your stupid essence completely, dartboard brow. Shut up, Marimo. Nami ignored them, her hands shaking as she revealed the next poster. It was Zoro. A picture of him, mid-snarl, looking like a demon. Pirate Hunter Zoro, 220 million berries, 220 million, Usopp breathed, his eyes wide. That was a world-class bounty. The kind of number that belonged to Grand Line veterans, not a rookie swordsman. Zoro just glanced at it, grunted in satisfaction, and went back to his drink. It was a good number. Higher than the cook's, at least. Nami pulled out the next two together. One was a picture of Usopp, peeking out from behind Luffy's arm, his eyes wide with terror. The other was a sultry, professional-looking photo of Nami, clearly taken from a fashion magazine she'd posed for years ago under a fake name to make some quick cash. Cat burglar Nami, 66 million berries. Sogeking, 30 million berries, 66 million. Nami squealed, a bizarre mixture of terror and pride on her face. Then her eyes narrowed at the photo. Hey! Where did they get this picture? I have to pay them royalties. Usopp, meanwhile, was staring at his poster. Sogeking. They think Sogeking was with us. But that means, they don't have a bounty on the great Captain Usopp. My legendary reputation has made the government too scared to even acknowledge my presence. He puffed out his chest, though he was secretly monumentally relieved. Then came Robin's. It was a new photo, taken from a distance during the chaos at Eni's lobby. She looked calm, dangerous, and resolute. Demon child Nico Robin, 180 million berries. Robin reached out and took the poster from Nami's hand. She stared at her own face, at the bounty that was more than double her last one. For 20 years, that piece of paper had been her curse. A symbol of her solitude, her sin of existing. Now, looking at it, surrounded by the loud, idiotic, wonderful people who had just burned the world for her, it felt different. It felt like a badge of honor. It was the price of her belonging. A single, silent tear traced a path down her cheek, but this time, it was not a tear of sorrow. Then came the big ones. First, a new poster for a now former warlord. It was a picture of Hancock, looking down with imperious disdain, a look that had petrified 1,000 men. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, 480 million berries, 480 million, Polly whispered from the crowd of shipwrights, his jaw slack. The number was astronomical. It was the bounty of a legend. Hancock just glanced at it, a flicker of annoyance in her eyes. It was a respectable number, she supposed, but it was still lower than her husband's would be. An insult. Finally, Nami held up the last poster. It was a new picture of Luffy, taken during his charge across the Bridge of Hesitation, his face set in a grim, unstoppable snarl. It was not the face of a goofy rookie. It was the face of a conqueror. Straw Hat, Monkey D, Luffy, 500 million berries, 500 million. The number hung in the air, sucking all the oxygen out of the party. The shipwrights and the Frankie family stared at the poster, then at the boy who was currently trying to steal a sausage from Zoro's plate, their brains refusing to make the connection. 500 million. It was a bounty that put him on par with the highest echelons of the New World. A bounty that screamed Emperor-level threat. It was not a request for capture. It was a plea to the world to stop this man by any means necessary. Luffy looked at it, his mouth full. He swallowed. Then he threw his head back and laughed, a loud, joyous, carefree sound that echoed across the silent deck. Shishishi. 500 million. Awesome. I'm almost as cool as Shanks now. That single, happy shout broke the tension. The party erupted again, louder this time, a defiant roar of celebration in the face of the world's condemnation. They weren't just a pirate crew anymore. They were the Straw Hat Pirates. The most wanted, most dangerous, and most ridiculously powerful rookie crew in the history of the world. And they were just getting started. Later that night, when the party had finally wound down and the Allies had returned to their own ships, a peaceful quiet settled over the Thousand Sunny. Most of the crew were passed out in various corners of the ship. Only two figures were still awake. Luffy sat on his throne, the lion figurehead, looking up at the sea of stars. The Milky Way was a brilliant, shimmering river across the night sky, a sight you could only see in the pure, untainted darkness of the open ocean. The wind was cool and gentle, a soft whisper against his skin. He wasn't alone. Hancock stood behind him, her long black hair a curtain of silk in the moonlight. She rested her hands on his shoulders, her touch a familiar, grounding presence. 500 million berries, she said softly, her voice a low murmur. The world is screaming your name in fear, my love. Yeah, Luffy said, his voice unusually quiet. He wasn't looking at the stars. He was looking at the path ahead, a path only he could see in his mind. It's happening faster this time. Way faster. Is that what you wanted? She asked. It's what I needed, he corrected, his tone laced with a gravity that was still so new, so jarring, coming from him. Last time, we were too slow. We were strong, yeah, but we were always playing catch-up. Arlong, Crocodile, Lucci, then Kuma, Kizaru, Akainu, we were always just barely strong enough, or not strong enough at all. His voice hitched for a fraction of a second as the phantom pains of Marineford, of Ace, echoed in his memory. I couldn't let that happen again. I couldn't watch everyone get hurt, get separated, almost die, just because I wasn't ready. So I pushed. I pushed us all. He turned to look at her, his eyes in the moonlight holding a depth that was ancient. We just took down a warlord in one of the government's main bases in, what, a week. It took us months last time. We're so much stronger now. But so are the consequences. The admirals will be coming. The elders are probably already making plans. And that guy, the Shadow Man, he's still out there. Hancock's grip on his shoulders tightened. We will face them together. We defeated his agent. We will defeat him, too. I know, Luffy said, a smile returning to his face, a small, confident curve of his lips. But he's different. He's not a brawler. He's a thinker. He knows things. He called me Pirate King. He knew. He's not from this timeline, Hancock. Or if he is, he knows about what's supposed to happen. He's like us, but, on the other side. He's not trying to conquer. He's trying to fix things. To put the world back on the path it was supposed to be on. The implication was chilling. Their greatest enemy wasn't the world government, with its brute force and corrupt justice. It was a ghost, a fellow time traveler, perhaps, whose goal was to undo everything they were trying to achieve, to ensure the tragedies they were averting came to pass. Then we will simply have to break his world harder than he can fix it, Hancock stated, her voice pure, unyielding steel. You are the man who will change everything, my love. That is your destiny. No adjuster can stand in the way of that. Luffy reached up and placed his hand over hers. Yeah. You're right. He looked back at the stars. It feels like we're sailing on a whole new sea now. Not the one I remember. The islands are the same, the people are the same, but the currents are all wrong. The map in my head is gone. From here on out, I don't know what's going to happen next. For the first time since their journey began, they were truly sailing into the unknown. In a place that was not a place, a room of pure, featureless gray, the being known as Cypher Pole Aegis X knelt. His white mask was cracked, his black suit torn. The shadows around him writhed and bled into the grayness, unstable. His body was regenerating, but slowly. The reality-bending power of the boy's awakening had done more than just physical damage. It had damaged his connection to the abstract. A voice spoke, not from a single point, but from the gray itself. It was calm, genderless, and impossibly ancient. Report. The anomaly. Straw Hat Luffy is more powerful than any projection, the agent said, his synthesized voice strained. His growth is not just accelerated. It is fundamentally incorrect. He possesses abilities he should not unlock for years. His haki is that of a king who has already conquered. And his devil fruit, it has awakened. It is the Nika fruit. He can impose his will not just on people, but on reality itself. The timeline is destabilizing at a catastrophic rate, the voice stated, a hint of something that might have been concern in its monotone. Your direct intervention has failed. It has provided data, the agent countered. I have confirmed the source of his power. And I have confirmed his primary weakness, his predictability. His emotional attachments. He will move to protect his crew above all else. This can be exploited. Your next move. The original timeline contained key stress points. The separation at Sabaody. The death at Marineford. These events were crucial to shaping the world that was meant to be, the agent explained. I will no longer attempt to eliminate him. I will instead, reintroduce the necessary catalysts. I will find Bartholomew Kuma. I will find Admiral Akainu. I will ensure that history, while delayed, is not denied its due course. He will be broken. The world will be put back in its place. Proceed, the voice commanded, and the gray room faded, leaving the agent alone with his pain and his purpose. The next morning on the Thousand Sunny, the crew gathered on the deck. The mood was different. The post-victory high had been replaced by a quiet, focused determination. They all understood. They were no longer just adventuring. They were at war. So, Captain, Zoro said, his hand resting on his swords. Where to next? The log pose is pointing that way, but something tells me you've got a different idea. Luffy looked at them all. His crew. His family. Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Robin. And Hancock by his side. They were all here. All safe. But one was still missing. There's a weird part of the sea near here, Luffy said, a mischievous glint in his eye. A spooky, foggy place called the Florian Triangle. People say ghost ships sail there. Usopp and Nami immediately went pale. GG ghost ships. Why would we go there? Because, Luffy said, his grin widening, I decided we need a musician. And I know just the one. He turned to Nami. Don't worry about the log pose. Just head for the fog. I'll tell you where to go from there. Nami looked like she wanted to argue, but she saw the look in his eye. It was that same look he'd had before Alabasta, before Eni's lobby. The look that said, I know something you don't, and it's going to be awesome. She just sighed and nodded, heading for the helm. All right, Frankie. Luffy yelled. We need to get there fast. Show us that other thing you were talking about. Frankie, who was busy trying to repair the railing Usopp had broken, lit up. You mean the emergency escape system? You got it. Everyone, grab something. This is gonna be a super ride. The crew scrambled to hold on. Frankie loaded 3 more barrels of cola into a compartment at the stern, flipped a half-dozen switches, and pulled a giant lever. Thousand Sunny. Coup de burst. With a deafening roar that was part explosion and part sonic boom, a massive cannon of compressed air fired from the back of the ship. The Thousand Sunny was lifted bodily from the water, encased in a bubble of its own power, and launched forward. It flew through the air for over a kilometer, a golden lion soaring over the blue sea, before landing with a perfect, gentle splash. They were a cannonball of joy and chaos, fired into the heart of a future they had broken and now had to conquer. The sea ahead was unknown, the enemies were new, and the stakes were the entire world. Luffy just stood at the prow, the wind whipping at his red coat, and laughed. This was going to be fun. Chapter 8 End.